Recording in progress. Check, check, check.
Public comments and information spent during the meeting, that may be.
Check, check, check.
And then just put on there, do not remove from the table or whatever it is we put on there. Thank you. You guys doing okay?
We are good to go.
We might want to support a record copy button on the homepage.
Oh, yeah.
That's
No,
that
it's
would be
there.
nice to have.
It's there, but I
Okay,
hid
holler
it.
if you need anything from
Okay.
me.
I don't see one on the essential list.
Yep. I'll make those live.
I don't really care.
Wish I had to hide it.
So the timing
You don't
of the
want people
RCC, it's nice to get it going.
So that makes sense.
Oh, thank you.
There's RCC.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name's Jake Fletcher. I'm the chairman of the Board of Game. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us, everybody listening online. This is our first day of the Central and Southwest Region meeting. We have 6 board members present here today. Member Cusack is not with us. She's got a health issue and all. We're all praying for her speedy recovery. But before we kick this thing off, I'd like to call on Member Beset to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you don't mind, we got a picture of it up there. So stand up and put your hand over your heart and take your hat off. All right, thank you all. At this time, I'd like to introduce board members. Just state your name and where you're from, and we could start off with Member Hoffman.
Morning, everyone. Stosh Hoppin from Bethel.
Good morning, everyone. Jake Garner from Anchorage.
Good morning, David Loring, Fairbanks.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Al Barrett from Fairbanks.
Morning, everybody. Jim Bachtel from Thorn Bay.
All right, and then following up, we'll talk to our department heads here. Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, Doug Vincent Lang, Commissioner, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Welcome, board members.
Mr. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to members of the board, members of the public here, and folks listening online. My name is Ryan Scott. I'm the Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation out of Juneau. We have several people today joining us. Let's see. So we've got Todd Rinaldi, the Management Coordinator for Region 4. Mark, oh my God, Mark Birch, our Assistant Director, stationed at our headquarters office. Tim Peltier, the Regional Supervisor for Region 4. Natalie Weber, our Regulations Coordinator. And then I'll let Tim and Todd introduce their staff as well.
All right, Dr. Rita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Good morning to members of the board, everyone with us this morning here in Wasilla, and those listening remotely online. It's great to be out here in Wasilla, and for the record, I'm Amy Wida, and I'm the head of the Division of Subsistence, and I'm in our Anchorage office. With us joining me this morning also is Lauren Sill, our Southern Region Program Manager, and Jackie Keating, our Lead Subsistence Resource Specialist for the South Central Region. And then on Sunday evening, Monday morning, Caroline Brown, our statewide research director, will be joining us as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. George Pappas.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. George Pappas, Office of Subsistence Management, State Subsistence Liaison, Secretary of Interior's Office. And here today, we do have a Federal Subsistence Board Interagency Staff Committee member for National Park Service, Dr. Kim Jokum in the back row. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Cheryl Brookings, Department of Law.
Good morning, everyone. Cheryl Brooken with the Alaska Department of Law. I'm out of Anchorage.
Captain Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Captain Brent Johnson with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. I'm the division representative for Board of Game. Thank you. Welcome.
Christy.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Christy Tibbles. I'm the board's executive director based out of Juneau, and I'm pleased to introduce our hardworking board support team this morning. We have Savannah Hollingworth out of Bethel, Annie Bartholomew from Juneau, Layla Williams from Anchorage, she's over here at the table, and then Sam Kirby, based out of Anchorage as well, and Natalie Romo from Dillingham.
Great. It's great to have all you here with us today. I also like to notice former member Karen Linnell out in the audience. If you raise your hand, I wish we could call you up here for a tiebreaker, but I don't think we can do that. At this point, I'm gonna.
Jackson, we have Nick Jackson in now. Nick Jackson.
Oh, Nick Jackson as well. Sorry about that. You guys will have to wrestle for whoever comes up here for a tie-breaking spot. All right, guys, at this point in time, I'm going to need to read some stuff into the record, so if you could bear with me here. The purpose of this meeting is for the Board of Game to consider proposed changes to hunting and trapping regulations for the Central and Southwest region. We will be discussing game management units 9, 10, 11, 13, 14A, 14B, 16, and 17. We have 84 proposals we'll be considering during this meeting that were submitted by the public, advisory committees, and the Department of Fish and Game. The proposals are available for viewing on the Board of Game meeting page. There are also a couple of copies at the table in the back of the meeting room. In accordance with the Administration Procedures Act, the board staff published a legal notice of this meeting in a statewide newspaper and distributed it to local fish and game advisory committees and many other interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited. The board members received copies of all written comments. Copies of the public and advisory committee comments are available to the public and on the tables in the back of the room. Copies of the tentative agenda, the roadmap for this meeting can be found on that table as well. The agenda and the roadmap are subject to change throughout the meeting, but we're going to attempt to follow it in order. The board meeting workbooks and all other meeting material can be found on that table as well. These copies are provided for public viewing, and we ask you not to remove them so that everybody can have a chance to view them, all the public members in the audience there. Board material, including those being submitted during the board meeting, are also available at the Board of Game meeting information website. At this point in time, we're going to have all the board members provide ethics disclosure statements. As a member of the board, we are required statutorily to disclose our income and other possible interests so that we can, see if we have any conflicts, any proposals that we're going to be voting on. So we're going to start in order here. So Vice Chairman Hoffman, would you go first, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Stanley L. Hoffman, Jr. Most people know me by Stosh. I reside in Bethel with my family, where we enjoy a subsistence lifestyle. My primary source of income is with the Association of Village Council Presidents Regional Housing Authority, where I'm employed as Chief Programs Officer. I've been with AVCP RHA since 2020. Prior to that, I was employed with Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation as Director of Corporate Facilities, and I was in that capacity for 15 years. Prior to that, I was with the City of Bethel as Assistant Public Works Director. I did that for 5 years. Currently, I'm on the Board of Directors for the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation, where I serve as the Chairman of the governing body. Other sources of income are generated from two small businesses that I own and operate in Bethel, S&A Rentals and Tundra Fencing, which I run with my family, my sons, none of which have any financial ties to any Board of Game issues that will be discussed at this meeting. I am a former assistant guide. All my activities took place in Unit 19B, Bravo. I've retired satellite installer retailer. I did that for 20 years. I hold a limited entry commercial fishery license for the Kuskokwim Bay and the lower Kuskokwim River. However, it hasn't been active for over 10 years now. The fisheries hasn't been active for over 10 years now. My wife's primary source of income is she's president CEO for Bethel Native Corporation. My wife also serves as co-chair for Alaska Federation of Natives. I have two sons. My oldest son graduated from Stanford University in 2020 and is now working in Bethel. My youngest son, Avery, graduated from UAF last spring, and both of my sons and myself hold private pilot's license. I am a member of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. All four of my family members and myself received the State of Alaska annual PFD. I receive honorarium for the meetings for the Board of Game meetings I attend. I am a member of Bethel Native Corporation, which is the Village Corp. I'm a member of Chilliston Native Corporation, which is the Regional Corp, and ONC, which is the nonprofit entity in Bethel. To my knowledge, I am not involved in any lawsuits affiliated to any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete.
The chair finds you can fully participate in this meeting. Thank you, Vice Chair Hoffman. Member Gardner, you want to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and the public. For the record, my name is Jake Garner. I'm an Alaska native from the village of Uzinki, but currently reside in Anchorage. I'm a shareholding member of both the Afognak Native Corporation and the Uzinki Native Corporation. My primary source of income is from my current employment as the president of Uzinki Native Corporation. I'm also a small business owner-operator of the Kenai Airport Hotel in Kenai, Alaska. Prior to my career as president of Uzinki Native Corporation, I was the vice president of Afognak Native Corporation's construction division. I also previously owned and operated a sports fishing charter business. I also volunteer my time to a 501c3 nonprofit called Spruce Island Development Corporation. I do retain a 100-ton Marine Captain's license and a State of Alaska Assistant Guide certification, but have not been active in this field since 2019. My family and I all receive the annual State of Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. None of my family members have any business or organization related to fishing or wildlife resources. I also receive honorarium from the State of Alaska for these Board of Game meetings. Neither of my sources of income have any financial ties to any of the board game issues that we will be discussing at this meeting. To my knowledge, I am not involved in any lawsuits affiliated with any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chair, to my knowledge, this statement is true and correct.
Thank you for that. The chairman finds that you can fully participate in this meeting. Member Loring, you want to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Loring, and I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I'm married to my wife, Teresa, and we have 5 adult children. I'm currently employed by Wright Air Service in Fairbanks as a commercial pilot, and I possess a airline transport pilot's license. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska as a retired state employee. Both my wife and I receive the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. I receive Social Security and a small stipend from the state of Alaska while the Board of Game is in session. Myself, spouse, or a family member have no personal or financial interest in any business or organizations relating to fish and wildlife resources. My 2 sons are both employed by the Alaska Department of Public Safety as wildlife troopers, but they're not in any type of policy-making position. I have no personal or financial interest in any of the proposals that are before the board this meeting. Myself and my immediate family are not involved in any lawsuits against the state of Alaska, except those lawsuits that have been filed against the Board of Game, of which I'm a member. I'm a member of the Alaska Falconers Association and the North American Falconers Association, but I'm not in any policy-making position. I'm also on the board of directors of Arctic Winter Games Team Alaska, which is a volunteer position. My ethics disclosure is true, accurate, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you for that, Member Loring. The chair finds you can fully participate in this meeting. Member Brett.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Game, and staff and the public. My name is Al Barrett. I live in Fairbanks. I'm currently employed at Interior Fish Processor / Santa Smokehouse. My employer is Virgil Umfenauer. He's a long-standing member of the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee and participates in the Board of Game process. He has no proposals in this meeting. I receive a monthly disability check from VA for service-connected injuries. I also supplement my income from the sale of furs from my trapline efforts in 20B. I also receive income from when I'm employed as a Class A big game guide in Unit 20. I haven't done that for the last 4 or 5 years. I and my wife receive a PFD. I also receive a stipend from being a member of the Board of Game. My lovely wife, Linda Bashke, is employed at the University of Alaska statewide as a project manager. I have 3 adult children. 1 grandson is 10. My son is a sport fish guide and a subsistence trapper. My oldest daughter is a school administrator, and my youngest daughter is a mail carrier. I'm a life member of the ATA, the NRA, the Tanana Valley Sportsmen's Association. I receive no compensation from these organizations, nor am I on any other boards or involved in decision-making on proposals that may be before this board. I'm a member of the Alaska Outdoor Council, the Alaska Falconers Association. Again, I'm not on a board or a voting member or a member involved in decision-making. My wife is an Alaska General Falconer and is a voting member of the Alaska Falconers Association. I am not named or involved in any lawsuits that are not related to the Board of Game. I have read all the proposals before us, and I have no conflicts with any of those for this meeting. Mr. Chairman, I certify my statements are all true and complete to the best of my knowledge to date.
Thank you, Member Brett. The chair finds you can fully participate in this meeting. Member Batchel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, staff, members of the board, and the public. My name is Jim Batchel. I live in Thorn Bay, Alaska on Prince of Wales Island with my wife, Karen Peterson. We have no children. I'm retired from the U.S. Forest Service, working as a geologist for 39 years, 32 of those in Southeast Alaska. We receive income from my Forest Service retirement, my Social Security, Karen's State of Alaska retirement, and Social Security, and our investments. We both receive the permanent fund dividend. I receive a stipend as a member of the Board of Game. Karen is employed part-time by Southeast Conference as their biomass coordinator. I own and operate Blackpetter Consulting, a geologic consulting business. We currently have no contracts. In the past, I've worked for the Forest Service under their ACES program, assisting with geologic and karst and cave resource mapping and evaluations. I am no longer doing that with the Forest Service. I currently work under contract with the Mule Deer Foundation and the Blacktail Deer Foundation as the Alaska Regional Coordinator, focusing on habitat restoration opportunities for Sitka blacktail deer. I volunteer for the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game to assist in maintaining and collecting samples from Hair Board's association with Wolf Research in Unit 2. Neither I, my wife, or family members have any interest in any business or fish and wildlife organization that may be affected by these proposals. Neither myself, my wife, or family members are involved in any lawsuits against the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm a member of the Mule Deer Foundation, the Blacktail Deer Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Safari Club International, and the Outdoor Council. I have no policy-making authority in these. I have no personal or financial interest in any proposals before the board at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, I certified that my disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you for that. The chairman finds that you can fully participate in this meeting. And before I give my ethics disclosure here, I'm going to hand over the gavel here to Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Okay, Jake, well, can you read us your ethics disclosure statement?
For the record, my name is Jake Fletcher. My family and I live in Talkeetna. Our family enjoys hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, and mushing, just to name a few. My primary sources of income are as follows. I own and operate a guiding operation that conducts business on Kodiak Island, Unit 8. We also have a couple federal areas in the Kenai Peninsula in Unit 15. I possess a Coast Guard master's license. I operate jet boats for Mahays Jet Boat Adventures in the summer months. I work for AK Sled Dog Tours periodically during the year. I also work for Dallas CV Inc. My wife manages a local Talkeetna business, AK Sled Dog Tours. This company conducts a year-round tourist operation in Talkeetna, and in the summer months it operates off a glacier in the Chugach Mountains, and it also operates his operation in Colorado. My family and I receive PFDs. I receive an honorarium from the Board of Game. My wife and I have volunteered for the Iditarod for a long time. I also have broken trail for the race for many years, and I'm occasionally asked to complete a task for the race from time to time, and these tasks are sometimes compensated monetarily. I own Talkeetna Snow Machine Outings. We own a rental property and a farm in Wisconsin, in central Wisconsin. We own a tract of agricultural land in Talkeetna that we lease out. We also have a rental home in Talkeetna. I'm a registered guide and a member of the APHA. I'm a member of the Alaska Trappers Association. I contribute money to the Kodiak Brown Bear Trust. I'm a member of the NRA, and our family holds memberships in the Willow Dog Mushing Association. I'm not involved directly in any lawsuits other than those against the Board of Game. And as I stated above, I belong to several organizations as a member capacity only. Any lawsuits those organizations are involved in do not pertain to any topics that we'll be discussing here today to the best of my knowledge. And I certify that all these statements are true and correct and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Jake. The Chair Pro Tem finds that you can participate in the meeting without conflict.
All right, thanks for that. I'm going to read some more things in the record here. Before we hear from staff reports, I'd like to announce to everyone that would like to submit written comments to the board. You can do so by giving them to board support staff at the end of the table at the front here. The comments can be uploaded online from the board meeting website, and it's available at www.boardofgame.adfng.alaska.gov or via fax at 907-465-6094. Please specify the proposal numbers on your comments. Public comments are limited to 10 single-sided pages in a length of any individual or group during the meeting. This policy of the board has adopted to ensure all public comments could be properly viewed by board members during the meeting prior to taking action. Anyone listening online and needing assistance with submitting comments can contact any Department of Fish and Game Board Support Section office or by calling 907-465-6098. All documents received at the board meeting are assigned a record copy, known as a RC. The original of all the written materials submitted is retained for permanent copy for a permanent record of the board. With no exceptions, any materials that you are to be submitted to the board to consideration must be presented to the board support staff for distribution. Please don't hand any documents to any board members when we're on a break or anything like that. It needs to go through that RC process. Record copies will be distributed to all the board, to the whole board, and posted to the board's website in the morning before the meeting begins, at a lunch break, and at the end of each day. This practice ensures regular distribution of all written comments to board members, as well as the proper retention for the board records. We're going to talk about some process questions. So in order to be sure the public is fully informed by the board process, all process questions the public may have during the course of this meeting can be directed to the board's executive director, Christy here, the board's vice chairman Hoffman here, or myself, and I'd probably go with vice chair or Christy for those. We hope that the board's patience outlined here to maximize public participation in the board process, as well as the board believes an informed and engaged public is essential to a successful development and implement use of the conservation strategies. All right, about public testimony. Anyone wishing to testify who has not already signed up through the registration process must fill out a blue card and hand it to the board support staff at the end of the board table here to my right. Be sure the blue card is filled out legibly, completely filled out with both your name and your areas of interest, the topic you're going to be talking about, and the proposals that you're concerned about, and can be identified by board, so the board members can identify it. You may submit the blue card at any time before or during the meeting and up until the cutoff time for oral testimony, which we'll announce several times. That cutoff was going to be at 10 p.m. on January the 11th, but after talking to some members of the public, we're going to move that to 2 in the afternoon on Saturday, January the 11th. There'll be some AC members that'll show up a little bit late that'll want to sign up to testify. Later this morning, board support staff will prepare a testimony list and it'll be posted around the room. Testimony is expected to begin following the lunch break, following the oral presentations. So we have a sanctuary zone here, guys. It's kind of this big horseshoe area. We ask that the members of the public don't wander around back here. On the break times, all the board members are going to go out. We're going to make ourselves available to you. We're going to talk to you, but we really ask you to respect that you don't wander around back here and tap us on the shoulder, especially when the meeting's going on. All your cell phones, guys, turn them down, turn the ringers off. Try to be respectful. Don't talk on your cell phone in here while we're in order. Step out in the hall if you need to make a conversation. Lastly, Alaska Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game are united in the support of fostering a respectful workplace. We are committed to ensure the workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is unacceptable and won't be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in this important effort. So at this time, we're going to go to, time is it? At this time, we're going to go to staff reports, and we'll go with agency reports, I guess. So let's start with Commissioner Doug Vincent-Lang.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, people in the audience. Thank you for coming and participating in this process. It is your opportunity to help the board guide the management of fish and wildlife in our state. So through the advisory council process and your testimony, a lot of information is given to the board to inform their decisions. And first, and I also want to thank you, board members. You know, public service is not easy. It takes time away from family and friends and hobbies, and we certainly appreciate the time you're giving, and not only at this meeting, but in preparing for this meeting, so thank you. I think I said what I had to say yesterday during the work session, so with that, I'll save you some time and turn it over to Ryan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and members of the public. This is one of the greatest times of my year, actually, is to highlight some of the great things that our division is doing. I will keep it brief, and if folks have questions, I'll be happy to answer those. I'm going to start off with our Hunter Access Program. If you're not familiar with this, this is an opportunity for us to match much of that PR funding that's coming in from the sales of ammunition and firearms with partners that bring that match. We have the federal authority to spend it, and we've been able to do some great things around the state, and it really has been a statewide effort. Since 2016, we've been able to allocate $17.9 million to these projects. That's just the PR aspect of it, not the match. Some of the things that recently got wrapped up or are ongoing, the Curry to Keskill Trail Connector in Denali State Park, the Eklitna Lake ATV Trailhead expansion, Fairbanks North Star Burro Shooting Range improvements, Oliver Inlet Tram access improvements outside of Juneau, Treadwell Ditch Trail improvements outside of Juneau, Saltry Cove Trail System improvements in Kodiak. Currently, they're in the engineering and design stages for two shooting ranges that'll take advantage of this access money. One of them is in Juneau. I apologize, I don't recall the other one. Shooting ranges are a big topic. It's actually been that's probably where our highest interest has been, where the department can help with funding for various entities to construct or rebuild, improve shooting ranges. That program will continue into the coming year, and applications for next year's projects will be open very soon. And it looks like we'll have about $2 million in PR funding to appropriate for the upcoming year. Moving on to our wildlife education and outreach folks. Again, this is oftentimes the face of the public. Our area biologists and research biologists, assistant biologists do a lot of that too. But we heard for many years, people don't know what we're doing. They don't get to see kind of behind the scenes of how we operate and the many things that we're involved in, especially after Member Barrett's discussion yesterday, talking about going out and doing the wood bison survey. That's pretty neat, by the way. I thought it's important to let people know that these opportunities to see our stuff are out there. Staff created 747 outreach projects this year, 31 printed materials, 716 digital products. One of the neat things we've started just in the last couple years are short video clips, and they're all found on our website, Working for Wildlife. And you get to see just a variety of things that people are doing. It might be a moose survey, it might be caribou captures, it might be hair boards with wolves, things like that. Short and pretty sweet, and also gives people the opportunity they can learn where to reach out to get additional information if they're interested. We reached approximately 4 million people with wildlife-related outreach messages using media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, YouTube, and Vimeo. Sorry, I'm not in that. I'm whatever it is, Gen X or millennials, I don't know, yeah. We had to change, right? Many years ago, things were changing. Most of us had to adjust and start using some of these things, and it's a way to get out the word to people and to make those connections. So we have several staff members that monitor this and manage our content and our tweets and our feeds and our stuff, whatever else might be out there. I really appreciate all the work they do. We have Becoming Outdoors Women workshops planned for Southeast and Alaska field classes throughout the state coming up, and those are all available on our website as well. Touch a little bit on our ANILCA program. Some of our unsung heroes, I think, because they're down in the trenches. We heard, a little bit yesterday about some of the tension between federal management and state management. Oftentimes, our ANILCA staff comes through and does a lot of that work, the groundwork there for us, and very appreciated. Currently, ADFG is reviewing and commenting on federal plans to include Park Service, BLM, and DOD, wilderness and backcountry management plans for Katmai National Park and Preserve, wild and scenic management plans for Birch Creek and the Galaganak River, and Department of Defense integrated natural resource management plans. We heard a little bit about the National Park Service rule that was adopted this year. Our ANILCA staff was highly involved in that and actually had some, I believe that they provided some good information that some things that were intended to be in the rule did not show up. So that was very helpful and very appreciative. A couple upcoming things that they've gone and, pretty true to my heart is an update to the Tongass National Forest Plan and the Chugach National Forest Plan. Also, the Forest Service National Old Growth Amendments potential and the potential impacts to habitat and habitat manipulation projects. The ANILCA team oftentimes assists us when we need to get in to conduct various work, whether it be capture operations, survey work. You'd be surprised at how hard it is to land a helicopter in wilderness areas. It takes a while to get that permission if you can get it, but they often find a way to get us in there, save us some time and effort to get into the backcountry. The next group of folks that I'd like to highlight are the TED and marine mammals folks. TED is our threatened, endangered, and diversity species, and marine mammals speaks for itself. Very active group of folks. Right now, a couple of things that TED has going on that I'll mention, just a few things for each one. They're in the middle of their 2025 SWAP update. That's the State Wildlife Action Plan update. Involves both fish species, wildlife species, amphibians, plants, kind of the whole 9 yards. Oftentimes it's associated with non-game species rather than what we think of as the hunted and trapped species, but there are some of those on there as well. Every 10 years we're required to do a rewrite of that, and that keeps us eligible for SWIG grants. We talk oftentimes about PR dollars, but there's also state wildlife grants for more non-game related research. Pretty important that we keep on top of a lot of these non-game issues, because it seems like those can land us in odd predicaments pretty quickly, especially in terms of the Endangered Species Act. They've been very active with that and very appreciative of them. Also, along with the TED group, we have our non-toxic ammo exchange program that's being led by Travis Booms out of our Fairbanks office. He has done multiple trips on the road system in the last year and a half or so. And that program, excuse me, in cooperation with several vendors and a national partnership that we are a member of, provides the opportunity to exchange lead-based ammunition with non-toxic, essentially copper ammunition with a rebate, reduced price level. It's wildly popular. It's amazing how quickly things go. It also is gaining a lot of attention, not only in Alaska, but in the lower 48. I've been encouraging those folks to really sort out how to get out into more rural areas and certainly communities that are not connected to the road system. It's very important to me. They're moving towards that. And one of those steps is that we've been contacted by the Department of Health and Social Services recently to collaborate with them, where they will discuss the human health side of lead and we'll discuss the wildlife side of lead in wildlife species, and then move forward to offer the opportunity to exchange that ammunition. It's really a neat program, and again, gained a lot of interest over time. Couple, just a few things for each of the regions that are not here. Region 4, you're going to hear all about that, so I'll skip over that. Down in Region 1, our Southeast staff are working on a revised Unit 2 wolf management plan. It's in draft form now, and it'll look at specifically the population objectives to manage for. And you'll see, undoubtedly, you're going to see that when you get down to Wrangell in January of about a year from now. The other thing in Unit 1 I'd like to highlight, again, kind of thinking about some of the tension between federal management and the state management. If you weren't aware, a few years ago we had proposals for the Federal Subsistence Board to close areas of southeast Alaska to non-federally qualified hunters for Sitka black-tailed deer. That did change. The proposal changed over time. It was defeated at one point and then came back. The area in question was reduced greatly. However, we've got deer coming out of our ears, especially in Unit 4. We've had a series of mild winters. My observations are just my observations, but I've seen more deer in the last couple of years than I can really remember in a long time. What this does is close certain areas to hunting around the rut to non-federally qualified hunters. I'll remind the board there's only 2 communities in southeast Alaska that are non-federally qualified. That's Ketchikan and Juneau. So it's a pretty narrow group of people who get impacted by that. Unit 2, last year we did have some closures for Kenai brown bears in the spring. We had talked about that with the board for quite a while before it happened, and a lot of it was based on findings from the board, how to manage those Kenai hunts and manage on a regulatory year. You're likely going to see you will see some proposals for Kenai brown bears as we get ready for the next year. I will say it went pretty well. We didn't get a lot of complaints or concerns, a few here and there, but it did flow pretty good. And I credit the board and our staff with just being transparent and keeping the communication going so people could be they were aware that it was a possibility. We're in discussions about Soldotna office space. I know that's not necessarily a wildlife thing, but it is a thing where people come to see us to steal furs and buy licenses and a bunch of other stuff. We're considering an area on the Kenai College campus. Office space issues are not unique there. We have some actual physical structure concerns in Soldotna, but we're also pretty jam-packed with people in Fairbanks, Anchorage, Palmer, Douglas, or not Douglas, excuse me, but some of those bigger regional offices. In Region 3, next meeting, you're going to hear a whole bunch about 19C sheep. I'm sure we're going to have some good conversations there, in addition to all the proposals that were deferred to the March meeting for 19.3 out of the Interior meeting last winter. We do have the ACR from the Sheep Working Group. I'd like to thank Member Fletcher and Member Hoffman and former Chair Burnett for the work on that. Our staff, we collaborated and worked with the group regularly. I thought it was a good working group. I really appreciated all the diverse interest and perspectives that were brought forward. Ms. Brooking was there for, I think, all of the time, actually. It wasn't necessarily easy. There were definitely differences of opinions expressed, and we had to work through a few things, but, I think they did what you asked them to do. They came up with the recommendations, and we'll go through those when we get to Anchorage next March. Member Barrett mentioned the wood bison out in Minto. It's going great. They are penned right now. The intent is to let them calf in the area and then release them into the spring. The volunteer help that we've had out there is just amazing. It was a little bit of a unique opportunity even for the Division of Wildlife, where we put the call out, essentially. We need people to go out there and spend a week, feeding bison, looking at fences, just making observations and being there in case anything came up. That actually filled up pretty quickly, as you might imagine, and even yours truly is headed out there in a few weeks. I'm not a real deep interior cold guy, so I don't know how it's going to go, but if I need an evac, I'll get that. But it is going well. Region 5, lots of ongoing work, primarily survey inventory work on the Western Arctic caribou herd that did show another slight decline. And recently, the Caribou Working Group, Western Arctic Herd Working Group meeting was held in Anchorage, and we'll continue to monitor that. I anticipate, in the coming years, we'll see some additional proposals for that herd. Muskox are a big question out in western Alaska. They seem to be doing pretty well. They're also moving east and showing up in different units. The department's actually going to hold a muskox species workshop, I believe next week or the week might be the week after, where we'll have staff essentially that have muskox in their areas work together and start to sort out some of the management questions for them. And then some miscellaneous items, just to close up with. We had another record year with our orphan placements, and if you're not familiar with that, every year we get phone calls about bear cubs, moose calves, deer fawns. It seems like you get one or two muskox calf calls, things like that, and we try to get those placed in suitable facilities. This is another kind of a little bit behind the scenes aspect of work that we do, but we do have a dedicated staff working on those placements and monitoring the facilities that they're held in. And that takes a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of collaboration with places like the Alaska Zoo, the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center, and many facilities in the lower 48. The department will not send animals to areas that do not meet our permitting requirements, regardless if they're outside of the state of Alaska. Over the years, we've heard that Alaska is oftentimes pretty stingy with how they go about placing things or allowing things to be imported into the state. And my colleagues in at least the western states all applaud our efforts for being on top of it and being careful of things that may or may not come in. We're very close to actually revising what we call the zoo policy. The last one was done in 1988, and it was a one-pager with about 6 or 7 bullets on it. You can imagine it's kind of like the IRS tax code. This document has grown immensely, but I think it's good. I think it's common sense, it's practical, but it also protects our interests as the state of Alaska and the wildlife managers. And I think that is about all I have. We appreciate all of you and your time, everybody here who's joined us. We're looking forward to the week. Happy to be in Wasilla with you. We've begun to prepare already for Southeast and South Central next year, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll be here all week. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Scott. Any questions from board members for the commissioner or the director? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, you guys got a lot going on. You're really busy, but there's one area that I really want to give you a lot of kudos for, and that's Travis Booms and working with the lead-based ammunition. And being a falconer ever since high school, birds of prey are really susceptible to lead poisoning a lot more so than other things. And so for me, that's really important. I know we spent quite a bit of time at sportsman shows, meeting with the public, and a lot of interest in it. And what really surprised me, and I had no idea, was that when a big game animal is shot with a lead-based bullet, it does its job. It does what it's meant to do, but it also distributes hundreds and hundreds of little microscopic pieces of lead out into the flesh, and we're all eating that. A lot of times you find the main bullet at the other side of against the hide, or it went all the way through. If you X-ray that wound channel, there's scattered with inches away from that wound channel. So just getting that information out to the public and trying to get us to maybe transition to copper-based is really a big thing, and I appreciate your efforts in that.
Any other questions from board members? No questions. Dr. Wida, you can go next. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board and the public. Thanks for being here. I'll provide a brief update of our division research efforts and our goings-on. First, though, I wanted to let Director Scott know that you can borrow my big poofy red parka if you want for your interior trip. Yeah. So the division currently has 42 active research projects that we're working on, and we also have various proposals that we're seeking funding for projects in fiscal year 26 to maintain our funding. To do our research, we partner with communities, agencies, universities, and other divisions within Fish and Game, such as the Division of Wildlife Conservation, as well as others to accomplish our mission. We currently have 6 reimbursable service agreements for work that we are doing with the Division of Wildlife Conservation, and we're happy to be involved in that. In mentioning our mission, I'll take a moment to mention for everyone that our mission, as defined in statute, is to scientifically gather, quantify, evaluate, and report information about customary and traditional uses of Alaska's fish and wildlife resources throughout the state. We work with many communities throughout the state that graciously dedicate their time in this effort, and without their support, we couldn't do our job. So I just want to take a moment and thank them all for their partnership. We really appreciate that. In our southern region, our research encompasses the central and southwest region, relevant to this board meeting, and conduct research throughout the state of Alaska south of the Alaska Range. Southern region currently has 16 ongoing projects, 5 directly related to this particular meeting in central and southwest region. And our staff will provide, both Jackie and Lauren will provide a subsistence overview presentation highlighting some of our work in the region. We'll hear about that a little later today. We're currently applying for funding to carry out research to continue updating baseline information for Lake Clark communities, including New Halen, Iliamna, and Pedro Bay, as well as also applying for funding for projects outside the central southwest region. Our northern region conducts research throughout the Arctic, Northwest, Interior, and Kuskokwim regions of the state. Currently, it has 26 ongoing projects in over 40 communities. We've received funding to conduct a comprehensive survey to explore the subsistence use and harvest patterns for Nome residents, and we'll begin contacting and planning with Nome this summer, and fieldwork is tentatively planned for starting in January of 2026, and we're looking forward to that. Subsistence and the Division of Wildlife Conservation staff are working together to develop a new phase of a robust harvest monitoring and education and outreach efforts in communities that rely on the Western Arctic caribou herd. The collaborative goal for that is to have the project design better meet the needs of each of the divisions, the board, and the subsistence hunters. For statewide research, we're currently 2 years into a 5-year statewide ceremonial harvest project aimed at working with department staff and the public to document and consolidate ceremonial harvest reporting statewide and develop an outreach and educational program to elevate our collective understanding of and provide better data on these practices throughout the state. Our information management team is also part of the division, and as you may recall, last year I noted we were working on a new community subsistence information system. For the past 4 years, we have been reworking it with the goal of moving away from antiquated and insecure technologies to a more modern, flexible platform. I'm extremely proudly to say that after years of hard work and much troubleshooting, can't underestimate that, our information management team launched the new system this fall on the division's main website. So I encourage everybody to take a look at that. I think it's a really great tool, a little bit more interactive, and provides a lot of information. The new Data Hub page that houses that has 3 primary tools on it. One is the CSIS data downloader, so that provides quick access to tabular subsistence harvest data for a comprehensive list of resources. So fish, wildlife, plants, you name it, it's pretty much there. So we're really proud of that. The Alaska Subsistence Fisheries Database data downloader, which provides quick access to tabular fisheries harvest information, and the Data Hub, which provides a variety of spatially explicit dashboards and story maps depicting aspects of subsistence and subsistence research across the state. The tools provide more interactive and visual depictions of subsistence information, and I think is a little bit more engaging as a result of that, and are purposefully designed to accommodate spatial information collected by the division. This change represents a tremendous amount of effort and furthers the division's ability to make subsistence data from throughout the state available through a modern, interactive, and flexible web presence, and we're really proud of that and looking forward to feedback from everyone on how that's working for you. And if it's not, let us know and we can make updates to it as well. And again, I hope everybody has an opportunity to check that out. From a publishing standpoint, each year the division publishes and makes new technical papers and special publications available to the public on our website to share findings from our research projects and to share specific subsistence information such as customary and traditional use worksheets. Since last year, staff have published 8 new technical papers and 1 special publication, which are available on our website. Staff will present data for the board from a customary and traditional use worksheet that was recently published specifically for this meeting regarding black bears in Unit 9. We currently have a total of 483 technical papers and 139 special publications. About 62 of the technical papers and about 28 of the special publications relate to the Central and Southwest region. And lastly, I'd like to thank all of my subsistence staff and all of the Division of Wildlife Conservation staff for all of their hard work preparing for this meeting. I just can't thank them enough. It's always a tremendous lift, and everyone does such a wonderful job. I'd like to thank Director Scott for his camaraderie and the Commissioner for his support. I'm looking forward to a great week here in Wasilla and with everyone, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for that. Any questions from board members? No questions. Thank you much for that. George Pappas, could you go next, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. George Pappas, OSM. We had our staff provide at the work session yesterday a fairly inclusive discussion. And if you want to take a look at the tapes, it starts at the minute mark 1 hour 32 minutes. So if you take a look at the tapes yesterday, if you're interested. Just for the public's interest here, the information presented was background information on the lift and shift of OSM from Fish and Wildlife Service to the Department of Interior Secretary's Office, Policy, Management, and Budget. And we had some discussions on that, some discussions on staffing. We do have a new director, Crystal Leonetti. Her first day was a week or 2 ago. And there's also some in-depth discussions about what's next, some concerns for the department had with the Federal Subsistence Management Program and our commitment to trying to work to find some solutions at every level of our interactions with the state government. That's all I have. I'm sorry I wasn't prepared to bring another report forward, but if folks want to listen to what happened yesterday, it was a good 45-minute discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, there was a very healthy, robust conversation we had yesterday. Is there any more questions from board members before we move to Department of Law? Thanks, George. Do you have any updates from since yesterday, Cheryl?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I gave a pretty lengthy litigation report yesterday, and that's also on the recording that George referred to for the work session yesterday, and I have nothing else to report.
Any questions, board members? And Captain Johnson, anything new?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will follow suit with everybody else. We gave a pretty thorough update on our division activities yesterday. If the public wanted to listen in, that would have been right after Cheryl's report, and certainly open any questions that have come up since then. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions, board members? All right. With that, we're gonna move on to the Central and Southwest Region overview for the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Should we take a break here for that? Would that be appropriate? Yeah, like a 10-minute break would be great. So we'll come back in 10 minutes. Thanks. It's 9:45, and Tim Peltier is going to give us the Central and Southwest Region overview.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. For the board here, this is RC4, tab 1.1. So, for the record, my name's Tim Peltier. I'm the regional supervisor for Region 4. On behalf of all the staff here, first I want to say welcome to Region 4. We're looking forward to having some really good discussions this week. And with that, I'll be providing the area overview for Central and Southwest Alaska Board of Game meeting. Region 4 is about 138,000 square miles, which, if we were a state, would make us the 5th largest state in the Union. We stretch from the Canadian border to the end of the Aleutian chain, which is about 1,800 miles. Another way of thinking of that is it's the distance between LA and Chicago. Or another way of looking at it, from where we're sitting here in this meeting, you're closer to Seattle than you are to the end of Region 4. Land ownership in our region is mostly a mix of state and federal land. Alaska Native Corporation or tribal land accounts for another 10%, and the remaining 6% is either private property or large water bodies in this example, such as Lake Iliamna or Lake Chakachamna. The regional staff includes myself, Management Coordinator Todd Rinaldi, Research Coordinator Kristen Denreiter, and Assistant Management Coordinator Manny Eichholz. The regional administrative staff is led by Jeanette Matlock, and staff includes Corey Shook and Dana Lips. Our budget for the current year is about $6.9 million in operations for the region. About 86% of our budget comes from a combination of Pittman-Robertson funds. Those are the federal funds that you see on the graph here, and they're matched with fish and game funds that come from license fees, big game tags, and permit sales. 13% of our budget comes from the Fish and Game Fund as well, but it's used for non-PR purposes. And we get less than 1% each from either the general fund match or in-kind match. In terms of what we spend that money on, most of it's for getting our people paid and keeping the lights on. We pay pilots for surveys, and we pay for things like radio collars, supplies to conduct the captures and surveys, and the various equipment bits that we need to do our job. We spend about 2% of our budget on travel, which is mostly getting people out to the work sites, and a little bit for getting them into trainings or for coming into towns for meetings like this one. If you split it up by the species that we're concerned with in the region, most of the money goes towards research and management of moose and caribou. We spend about 7% of our budget on the management of sheep and goats, management or research. And the remaining 13 is split up among the other species, namely bears, bison, small game, wolves, and other fur bearers. The services that we provide, along with administering general season hunts, comes from administering 62 different draw hunts, 8 different subsistence hunts, which consists of community Tier 1 and Tier 2 hunts. We have 29 different registration hunts and 1 targeted hunt. Not all these hunts are offered every year, but to say the least, there's a lot of opportunity provided for residents and non-residents, and a lot of work for our offices to administer these hunts on an annual basis. Our staff are busy year-round with management and research activities, such as conducting moose surveys in all of our units, whether that's a GSPE, or a trend survey, or a composition survey. We try to conduct aerial surveys of our major caribou herds annually, and minimum counts of our sheep and goat, and sometimes wolf populations. We have line transect surveys going on for brown bears in Unit 9, and we've been conducting different types of surveys to determine bear density in Unit 13. We've been conducting research into population trends for various caribou and moose populations, as well as looking into the impacts of nutrition limitations and disease on calf survival and recruitment for caribou. And we'll have more details on that as we go along in the meeting, of course. In addition to research and management, we spend a fair amount of time dealing with wildlife-human conflicts, whether that's dealing with nuisance and orphan moose, or working with private citizens and landfills to reduce bear attractants, getting out information on wildlife safety through events like our Reflections Lake Discovery Day, and attending other outdoor shows and events. Correction, sorry about that. I'm sorry, I got myself a little bit lost here. All right. A lot of our staff are also involved with public outreach activities such as attending AC meetings and community council meetings, going out to villages to administer permits, and coordinating with state and federal partners on issues of wildlife management. As you may have noticed from the very beginning of this presentation, there's been a large amount of turnover in Region 4 since our last Board of Game meeting. In addition to a new regional supervisor, we have a new research coordinator. We've added an assistant management coordinator. We have 3 new area biologists, 3 new assistant area biologists, a new regional management biologist. We have 7 new administrative personnel within the region and the area offices, a new education and outreach person, a completely different front counter staff in Palmer, and in fact, only 4 people were in their current position when we last met with the board in 2022. We're busy with intensive management for the Mulchatna herd in Unit 13 and 16, and we'll have more information on that as we go. As we mentioned in previous Board of Game meetings, the Valley is the fastest growing area of the state. And this creates complications such as a high customer demand for front counter staff, nuisance wildlife issues, especially in years when the moose population's high, and the number of road and rail kills increases, as well as the number of public complaints. And we've got habitat impacts from the various development projects that are happening throughout the region. We have a number of potential large-scale development projects in the region. There's the Little Mount Susitna Wind Project, which is proposed to put up to 60 wind turbines on top of Little Mount Susitna. This project would require roads to the site and a barge landing spot in Cook Inlet. There'd also be a substation up there and power lines coming down that tie into the grid coming up from Beluga. There's the Noyacook River Hydroelectric Project that, if built, would occur 4 miles downstream from Tikchik Lake. And that would have transmission lines that go through parts of the Mulchatna herd, caribou herd range. Outside of Dillingham, the Nushagak Electric and Telephone Cooperative is placing about 40 miles of fiber optic cable going from Alignagik to Ekwok. And that's noteworthy because it's created sort of a road for ATV and snow machines, and that increases access for these 2 villages. And it may continue on to other villages in the future. There's the West Susitna Access Road Project that, if built, would cross the Susitna River and go deep into Unit 16B. That would increase access to the area, which may have positive and negative impacts on hunters and hunting opportunity. There's the Alaska Long Trail, which is a hiking route designed to go from Fairbanks to Seward, and that might have some positive or negative impacts as well. There's the Eisenbeck Road, which has been in the news for a long time and looks like that might happen now. And last, there's the Pebble Mine Project, which may come up again in the future. During this meeting, we'll be discussing in depth the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Program and our latest and ongoing research into that herd. We'll be discussing the Nelchina Caribou Herd as well, the recent decline and causes for the decline, and discussing an IM program there as well. And we'll be discussing moose management both on the road system and off. In addition to all of the research and management work that I've previously outlined, our staff have been busy writing up the results of work that we've already done and are doing quite a bit more. This last year alone, we've produced several peer-reviewed articles, book chapters, and popular articles. Staff in our region produce the various annual regulations and supplements that go out throughout the state. We've attended and presented at various conferences, and several of our staff were responsible for putting on the National Wild Sheep and Goat Conference in Anchorage this past summer. And we'll be hosting a workshop for measuring forage quality and quantity for the herbivores for the Nutritional Ecology Working Group of TWS next summer. We've published 3 management reports and plans, and we've submitted several more for editing. We've manned booths at the State Transportation Fair and the State Fair in Palmer. We're responsible for outreach products such as the Winter Wildlife Series and Miles the Moose, who reminds us all to watch out for moose. And we've retrieved and are analyzing radio collars that we placed on wolves in Unit 16 that include cameras. And this work is one of the first attempts to use camera collars to look at things like pup production, time and energy budgets, and prey encounters and kill rates. Our research program is currently in a bit of a rebuilding phase. Our research coordinator is Dr. Kristen Denreiter. She recently promoted from the wildlife physiologist position, so that position is vacant. We'll soon be hiring a carnivore research biologist and an ungulate research biologist. Cassidy Colson's a research biologist in our region who's been conducting research on moose and wolves. And our biometrician is Meg Inukuma, who's been doing a great job with providing statistical and study design support for the various projects we have going on in the region. Region 4 is home to the Foraging Ecology and Wildlife Nutritional Analysis Lab, and that's housed at the UAF facilities nearby off of Trunk Road. Dr. Denreiter will be presenting an overview of the fauna lab, as well as discussing various research projects we have going on in the meeting. The staff at the fauna lab includes Malia Smith, Jacob Pryor, and Kaya Davis. We have several statewide personnel in the regional office. These include Mark Birch, Assistant Director who oversees our waterfowl and small game programs, as well as our training, federal subsistence, ANILCA and access defense programs, and he oversees our management coordination team as well. You have Heather Langendorf, who oversees our special areas in the region. By now you all are quite familiar with Natalie Weber, our regulation specialist. She's assisted by Tara Moskowitz. Our education and outreach program coordinator is Sierra Doherty. And in our region, Burl Dickman is our education associate. Region 4 is home to several refuges and special areas. We're home to 5 of the 12 state game refuges, 7 of 14 critical habitat areas, 2 of 3 state game sanctuaries, and the Matt Valley Moose Range, 1 of 2 state ranges. Moving on to our area offices, and I'll be discussing them in the order that we'll be talking about them in the meeting here after the region-wide proposals, of course. Our first is King Salmon. The King Salmon office is home to Game Management Units 9 and 10. Unit 9 has 31 communities stretching from Port Allsworth to just north of Falls Pass. And Unit 9 contains 9A, B, C, D, and E. And Unit 10, which extends from Falls Pass to Attu at the end of the chain, and it includes St. George and St. Paul and the Pribilofs, and there are about 10 communities out here. The King Salmon area staff includes area biologist Amy Vandervoort, and she is assisted by Evelyn Liqua. Evelyn's position is a shared position between the King Salmon and Dillingham offices. And they recently hired Michael Havezi to run the front counter out there. The King Salmon area has 20 proposals for this meeting. Land status in Unit 9 is mostly federal, with Lake Clark National Park and Preserve and Katmai National Park and Preserve, as well as the Basharoff and Alaska Peninsula National Wildlife Refuges. The state land in this area contains several critical habitat areas, as well as the McNeil River State Game Sanctuary. Out in Unit 10, land ownership is mostly the Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge. And as I think I mentioned, there's about 10 communities out that way. Moving on to Dillingham. Dillingham is, that office covers Units 17A, B, and C. And there are about 11 communities that are served by the Dillingham office. The area staff out here includes area biologist John Landseedel, assistant area biologist Evelyn Liqua, again, the shared position. And the information center there has been run by Eunice Diasic for quite some time. The Dillingham area has 15 proposals for this meeting. The land status in Unit 17 varies. In 17A, that's part of Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. South of Togiak are the Walrus Islands State Game Sanctuary. We have a mix of state, native corporation, and BLM land in Unit 17C. And north of that is 17B, which is mostly state land with some Lake Clark National Park and Preserve land on the eastern end. The Glen Allen office manages Units 11 and 13, and there are about 17 communities that are served by the Glen Allen office. Here, the area biologist is Heidi Hatcher, and she's assisted by Jack Cornish, who recently promoted from the technician position, and I understand that that position has been filled. And we share our program tech with Sportfish, a person by the name of John Paul. Glen Allen area has 25 proposals for this meeting. Unit 13 is mostly state land. However, we have some federal land and some Alaska Native Corporation land as well. Now, you might have noticed on some of these maps a category called selected land. And that's land that's been owned by the federal government and was selected by a state or native corporation, but the final disposition hasn't been made yet. That can be important for wildlife management due to the land in question. The BLM also disposes of land to other entities, such as the university, and that may have an impact on the hunting community as well. Unit 11 is made up of mostly Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve, with several blocks of Native Corporation allotments along the west side. And last but not least, we have the Palmer office, which manages game management units 14A and B and 16A and B, and it's the population hub of our region. It stretches from Chickaloon in the east to the Alaska Range in the west, and from north of Talkeetna and Petersville to south to Lake Clark National Park and Preserve. It's the center of the Mat-Su Borough, and it has a population of about 117,000 people. The Palmer area staff includes area biologist Chris Brockman. He's assisted by Garrett Van Diest. Our regional management biologist there is Keely Wall. The front counter in Palmer is supervised by Will Newberry, and Amy Baxter, Trista Sims, and Grace Wyout are our technicians for the front counter. And the Palmer area has 21 proposals for this meeting. In terms of land status here, most of the unit 14A and B is either private land or state land. And over in 16, land status is a mix of state, private, native corporation, and federal land. The large portion of federal land to the north is Denali National Park and Preserve, and to the south is Lake Clark National Park and Preserve. The communities in Unit 16 include Petersville, Squintna, Tyonek, and Beluga. Some considerations for you during the course of this meeting. As I mentioned earlier, as I mentioned earlier, there's a fair amount of staff turnover, And as a result, some of our staff are relatively new to the board process. And we've done our best to be prepared for this meeting, to provide you with the most accurate, comprehensive information available. And we're going to do our best to answer your questions. But please keep in mind that sometimes it might take a little bit longer to get the answers to you. As Ryan mentioned yesterday, recruitment and retention of staff has been an ongoing issue, not just within our region, but throughout the division. That seems to be a combination of better pay being offered at the federal level and at other places, and the lack of a pension program that encourages people to stay with the department when they can do better elsewhere. In addition, some difficulties with getting a sufficient applicant pool for job openings may stem from programs that the department has in place that may not align with some of the values that younger biologists have these days. Currently, we're well funded, and that's a great thing. But the combination of having a lot of research management programs that we are doing or want to do, along with the staffing issues, has created a high workload demand for existing staff, and decisions have to be made as to what our priorities will be going forward. The various IM programs that we have or are proposed need to be seen in the context of competing biological and logistical constraints. In some cases, the actions that we take to benefit one IM population may be detrimental to another. And growing a population that cannot be harvested when it reaches overcapacity may not be a benefit in the long run. While I may be new to this position, with over 20 years in the department and over 30 years in the profession, the one common complaint that I've heard, and no doubt you've heard it as well, is how complex our regulations can be. I would encourage you to consider consistency when adjusting seasons and bag limits, just in order to keep things simple for the hunting public. And the one thing that we cannot control, which has a huge impact on wildlife populations, is the weather. Recent tough winters have caused a decline in the number of our moose and caribou populations. And some of these can be expected to rebound rather quickly given milder conditions, and some may take longer due to previous densities that may have been too high. It's important to look at the longer trends in the population to determine if these are things that we can control with active management, or if recovery can be expected to take a little longer time period than we would like. Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for your time, and I'll entertain any questions.
Mr. Peltier, thank you a whole bunch for that overview. Do we have any questions from board members? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate a couple things that Mr. Peltier said. One is the competing needs of different IM programs, not only in this region, but several, multiple others. So please keep that in mind, and we'll be here to provide insight and information as you deliberate those proposals as well. The other thing I do want to emphasize is he mentioned that potentially an IM program will benefit one species and perhaps not benefit another species. That's true, and you're going to have one particular proposal here that you're going to have to deal with and wrestle with that question. Again, we're here to help you do that. But one of the tools that we can use in those situations is antlerless moose hunts, when a potential moose population will benefit from another species-intensive management program. In some places, we wrestle to get those hunts through. I understand there's philosophical differences to harvesting antlerless moose hunts, concerns about overharvest and things like that. It is a tool, and it's been demonstrated, I believe, throughout the state to be a very useful tool to manage moose populations, so we don't have an eruptive event that just gets us back into a bad spot. If we can't get those approved, well, that's not a tool we don't have. So I just ask you to consider those two things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tim. I hope, congratulations on your new position. Good to see you there. On your regional development projects, I'm curious, you know, I seen the Long Trail on there. Is the department, using any of their budget to do something, or what's your involvement with these projects from a DWC point of view?
Member Barrett, through the chair, I'm not entirely sure. I know that we have some people that have been volunteering to help out with the trail, but I don't, there isn't much coming through Region 4 in terms of that trail development.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ling.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate a few things from that great presentation. One is, well, Chattanooga Caribou. We're 2 years into a 3-year project. We remain committed as a department to finishing that project and getting it into the water, onto the field this next upcoming summer to complete that work. In my eyes, it would be premature to end that project just simply because there's some public concern about it, but we are fully committed to fielding that project and getting the results out for the last year of that project moving forward. And I would like to reiterate what Director Scott said. You know, if we're going to do intensive management to increase prey populations, and then there is a desire to veto the very mechanisms to harvest some of those things, including antlerless hunts, that really makes us question whether or not we're going to dedicate those resources to those intensive management efforts if in fact we're not going to utilize those animals on the landscape. So it really puts us in a difficult situation where we're trying to increase harvestable surpluses for subsistence and other needs and then only find out that we can't actually harvest those animals on the landscape. That makes us question whether that's a wise investment. Thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim, thank you for that overview. That was pretty good. Can you go back to your Unit 13 map? I just have a quick question about, you mentioned some land status that was in limbo. Was that the purple?
Let me find it here. Yes, it's the area in purple, and the reason why, oh, that's not it. I'm sorry. Let's try one more. Okay, now we're all on the same page. Yes, that's the area in the purple. And that, as I understand disposition, this is all part of ANILCA. That land is, maybe somebody from ANILCA can help me out. That land is set aside for these other entities, say native corporations or even the state. But the final disposition hasn't been determined, as I understand it. I also mentioned the BLM has an opportunity to dispose of land in other cases, and that might come up in the place in particular that I was thinking of is in the Delta Control area. They were looking at transferring some of that land to the university, which might impact hunting and hunting opportunity.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Hoffman. So the terminology limbo, actually, I think that's pretty fitting. They are state-selected lands, meaning the state intends to have those lands into perpetuity, and we manage wildlife on those lands. Some of those decisions, there's actually been a little bit of discussion about those lands here recently. I apologize, I don't have all the details, but it's an ongoing process. And as Mr. Peltier did point out, we are finding that some of the land selections that are made, they could impact some of the wildlife populations and various species. I will say, though, we've been engaged in those selections and had been given the opportunity to provide that information.
Commissioner.
And I'll just add that the governor in his letter to the transition group actually made it a top priority to get native selected lands and Alaska selected state lands resolved. It's been over 60 years now, and it's time to resolve these issues, and our state is committed to getting these issues resolved and this land transferred in clear title.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So do we have any kind of general timeline, or there's no idea?
We really don't know. It's been 60 years, so I suspect it's not going to happen tomorrow, but hopefully we'll get this resolved sooner rather than later. And we'll get it resolved in a manner that gives clear title back to the appropriate entity.
Any further questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, you mentioned that there's a little Susitna hydro, or a wind farm project going, and it's a fairly large one. I know there's a big one in process up in the Murphy Dome area around Fairbanks. Is the department concerned they're doing any kind of research on avian mortality around those wind farms? I know, depending on the area, some of them are pretty deadly to, birds, either waterfowl or raptors. Are we doing any work on, in Alaska on that, on these two projects or maybe other big ones?
Through the chair, as I understand it, Little Mount Susitna it's very preliminary phase right now. And I don't believe that we've been approached for studies at this point.
Commissioner.
So, BOEM, Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management, is actually looking at wind energy under the direction of current President Biden. And there's two areas they're looking at. One is the Mount Susitna project, and another one is in the straits between Kodiak, Shelikof Straits. And both of those are just in preliminary stages as to looking at it. I think the wind energy sources in Shelikof are probably higher, but the transportation cost of getting that energy back into the grid is higher. So it's a trade-off between Mount Susitna versus something offshore.
Any further questions? Tim, thanks a bunch for that overview. I'm sure we'll have a lot more questions for you whenever we get into the proposals.
Thank you.
I think we're ready for the overview of the ADF&G Foraging, Ecology, and Wildlife Nutritional Analysis Lab. Can we fit that on a T-shirt?
And we also want to understand digestive constraints, which are factors that limit how quickly foods can move through the digestive tract. And I'll come back to that because it's particularly important for caribou, moose, and other ruminants. So to determine nutritional requirements, we have to measure the amount of energy and protein animals need for metabolic processes to maintain and repair their body tissues. We have to understand how much they expend on activities such as for foraging and migration. We need to know what it costs them to reproduce, and we need to know how much they need to replenish their body stores of fat and protein during the summer, which they use in part to finance their survival over winter. And we can study nutritional requirements at the fauna lab because we can feed animals a diet of no nutritional content and measure changes in their body weight and body fat levels to determine their nutritional requirements. But this can take a lot of patience because even though our animals are tame, they're still wild and have minds of their own. So from day to day, we can get varying levels of cooperation. We can also study digestive constraints with captive animals, which is not something we can do in the wild. And this is by varying the quality of the diets we feed them. And quality refers to the digestibility of foods and reflects how much nutrition is available to animals in their foods. Ruminants have a stomach made up of 4 compartments, and food particles are fermented by bacteria in the first compartments and then regurgitated and rechewed so that they can be broken down into fine particles. And this is important because unless they're small enough, they can't pass through the filtering mechanisms in the early parts of the 4-chambered stomach. And when animals don't pass those food particles through because they're too large or too low in digestibility, they can't actually eat more food. And so this can form a digestive constraint. And as an example to illustrate this, I've got a piece of spinach on the left and some cardboard on the right. And if you think about the difference in what it would take to chew that spinach and how fast you could chew it and process it, it would be a lot faster than chewing the cardboard. And that's really what we're talking about with forage quality, is that difference in how they can process those foods. To study animal behaviors, we actually can take animals out in the field to see what they eat. We can measure how much they eat in a day, and we can measure where they eat. And we've done this work previously, both in the department. Some of my predecessors have done this with caribou and moose, and I did this for my PhD work in British Columbia with woodland caribou. This type of work has also been done in elk and deer in Washington, Oregon, and Utah, and also in Ontario, Canada. And the gold standard for determining foraging behaviors is to collect direct observations of foraging by the animal of interest. And tame animals, as you can see in this photo, allow us to be in close proximity so we can observe exactly what they're doing. And that includes what parts of the plants the animals are eating and whether they spit anything out the side of their mouths. And caribou are amazingly good at that. They will sort through lichens, taking dozens of bites per minute nonstop, and you'll see the unpalatable lichens, or things they don't want to eat, come out the side of their mouth while they're still taking in new bites. It's very impressive. And you may be wondering, are tame animals actually representative of wild animals? And they are, and we know this in 2 different ways. And one is when we take tame animals out in the field to areas where wild animals live and eat. We often will actually encounter wild animals outside of where we have our tame animals and be able to observe them eating the same things. But there's also a large body of literature validating the use of tame animals for foraging studies. And they show that tame animals are equivalent, both in terms of what forages they select to eat and their foraging efficiencies. And what's really fascinating is there's an innate aspect to their foraging behavior that we have not quantified scientifically. But we do see when we take new calves out into the field with their mothers, they'll be in plant communities where they've never been exposed to some of these plants before, and they just run off and start eating exactly what you'd think they should eat based on what their moms do without even having seen their moms eat. It's uncanny how they can do this. And using tame animals actually allows us to look at what forages are available and figure out what are actually used or accepted as food. And if we collect enough observations, we can run statistical analyses for selection and avoidance to determine what actually counts as food. And we did this in British Columbia during my PhD. And what we found is that caribou are really picky eaters. They like forbs and leaves of deciduous shrubs and trees, berries, and some lichens, but they don't like other lichens or evergreen shrubs or mosses, which are generally poor in quality or contain toxins. And we can also determine how much caribou eat in a day by collecting activity observations and using these to calibrate activity sensors affixed to collars to give us estimates of daily foraging time. And when we combine this with intake rates from our foraging observations and diet quality, which we get from our lab, we can actually compare total daily intake to the total daily requirements of an animal to know if they're getting adequate nutrition in a given plant community. And once we know what animals eat, we can move on to some of these other questions about the environment. We can say how much food is available, how nutritious is that available food, and when is that food available and for how long. And one of the most reliable ways to get at these questions is to go out and manually clip vegetation and separate it by species. We can then dry it and weigh it to determine how much vegetation is available. And then we can apply those forage selection indices to determine what quantity of that actually counts as food. And again, an example from British Columbia, as we haven't applied these methods here yet, is that we found that less than half of the vegetation available to caribou in their habitats in British Columbia actually was accepted as food. And of the nearly 300 species caribou encountered, 28 of them were actually selected, and that made up almost 80% of their diets. So again, reiterating that point that caribou are quite picky. And once we know how much food is out there, we also want to understand its energy and protein content, and that's when we take samples back to the lab for analysis. And again, mostly what we're trying to get at in the lab is how much energy and protein does the food provide, and we do this through a variety of chemical analyses that actually mimic the ruminant digestive tract. And another question we're interested in is when is food available and for how long? Because we live in northern environments and there are dramatic seasonal changes in food supplies. If caribou have access to good food supplies in summer and can fatten and store protein, it reduces what they need from their environment in winter when there's less food available and it's of lower quality. And while tame animals can provide us with a lot of unique insights and allow us to evaluate habitats from the perspective of a caribou to tell us whether there's potential for nutritional limitations to occur, they cannot actually tell us where wild animals eat or whether wild animals are truly experiencing nutritional limitations. And so typically we have to combine our tame animal methods with wild animal approaches. And we can use the wild animals to actually tell us what they got out of their environment by measuring their body fat using ultrasound. And body fat actually integrates their energy consumption and expenditures to tell us how they're doing in that environment. And measuring body fat is the gold standard for determining nutritional status and potential nutritional limitations of wild populations, not range sampling. Is body fat of wild animals that can tell us if a population is experiencing nutritional limitations, and they can also tell us about what season or seasons may be of concern. These metrics can also tell us about effects of nutrition on demographic rates and population growth. When we do studies on nutrition and pregnancy, this can include deploying transmitters that tell us when the animal gives birth so we can head out to look for the newborn to determine how healthy and vigorous it is relative to mom's condition. And this can be a pretty challenging task in some conditions, and believe it or not, in that photo on the right, there are a cow and a calf. They're there. So this can be some pretty challenging work to accomplish. So I've outlined why and how we can collect lots of data about nutrition, but one of the things we're most interested in is mapping foodscapes. So that's mapping the nutritional values as perceived by caribou or other ungulates. And that's so we can understand what's available to animals and how they use it. So we can assess use of foodscapes once they're mapped by looking at how collared animals use those landscapes. And when we do this well, we can actually use both the foodscapes and the GPS collar data to predict pregnancy rates, fat gain, and other attributes of wild animals to tell us about their nutritional state. And this has been accomplished in elk previously. We're one of the few state agencies attempting to bridge the gap between tame and wild animal techniques, in part because we've had the unique history and support to maintain captive animals needed to do these sorts of studies. Most other state agencies do not have the facilities or expertise required to conduct this type of work. And we're in the early phases of applying this in Alaska. Some of these techniques are already being implemented, and we're developing project plans to implement others in the coming years for Nelchina and Mulchatna caribou. And again, although my focus has been on caribou, these same methods can be used for other species as well. And I'd be happy to take any questions, but before we do, I want to acknowledge every single Palmer staff member that is in this room has been out to our facility to help in some way or another, and we just couldn't, it takes a village to do this sort of work, and just a debt of gratitude to my colleagues for all of their help over the last 3.5 years. And with that, I would be happy to take questions.
Hey, Kristen, thank you very much for that presentation. And I'm of the belief this is probably some of the most important research that we can be doing. It's really, really important. I have a question for you. We have horses, and I take my 3 horses. There are 3 of them. They're all Icelandic. I throw out brome from Wylands to some of them. Some of them do great on it. Other ones don't. I throw Timothy out. One of them does great. The other ones don't. They're all the same exact animal. Do you find that as well in caribou you're studying?
Thank you, Chairman. Good question. Horses have a different type of digestive tract than cattle, caribou, moose, et cetera. And so caribou can't perform on the same sorts of foods that horses can. There can be issues with performance, and a lot of times those are actually related to microbial disturbances in the rumen or the digestive tract. And so I just would be speculating. I wonder if there's some aspect to that in the horses, but generally in the wild, unless they have some sort of disease process going on, they should be able to have the same level of performance on the same diet.
Thanks. Any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Kristen. I have several questions. Do you guys work with Muskox Farm at all? I know that they do quite a bit of research there, but as far as their nutritional requirements go, are you collaborating with them at all? The one here in Palmer?
Through the chair, we have not directly collaborated with the Muskox Farm because they're not a research facility historically, but we do have a new colleague at UAF, a new livestock nutritionist, who's we're collectively looking into doing some nutritional requirements work together on a variety of species, muskox included.
In a follow-up. Are reindeer and caribou, I know they're pretty close, are they pretty much have the same nutritional requirements and kind of eating the same food?
Through the chair, reindeer and caribou are the same species of animal, but they're different subspecies. Reindeer have been domesticated, which is different than what we do with the tame caribou. So domestication occurs over centuries, selecting for specific traits in animals. And reindeer have been selected for antler production and fattening. And so their nutritional requirements may be slightly different given that selection for those attributes that are going to require different sorts of nutritional inputs to achieve.
And then one final one, if I could. Up in the Seward Peninsula or other places where there's reindeer herding, there's larger groups of reindeer. I know that's been going on forever, but is there any issues with those reindeer maybe competing with the caribou and maybe affecting the Western Arctic caribou herd numbers at all, or is that kind of outside your scope?
Through the chair, that's outside of our region, so a little outside my area of expertise, but I would guess that folks in Region 5 do not have data on reindeer foraging versus the Western Arctic herd, but certainly there is going to be dietary overlap, so if there's spatial overlap, there certainly is potential for food competition to occur.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kirsten. You mentioned rump fat, and that's one of our indices that we use to indicate the health of a herd when we're deliberating over proposals or opportunity. And I didn't quite hear exactly where you thought that ranked in its importance of how healthy an animal is.
Through the chair, thank you. That's an excellent question. And we're actually working on some of this in the Mulchatna caribou herd right now, which I'll be presenting on probably next week. So when we measure rump fat, we're actually doing that because it's been validated through total body composition studies of caribou to be able to predict their total body fat. So it's not just the rump, it's their entire body fat. Rump fat is one of the most sensitive indicators of nutritional limitation. There's been a lot of work in elk to look at this, and it's one of the first things that will start to decrease is body fat. Other things that start to decrease are age of first reproduction. Sorry, this is when nutrition is limiting. So body fat will decrease, age of first reproduction. You'll start to see changes in survival and recruitment. And eventually adult survival is expected, according to ungulate life history theory, to decline in response to nutritional limitations. But I would also add that, as I'll discuss with the Mulchatna herd, particularly for caribou, understanding of their nutritional ecology in the wild is very difficult. And it's something that really is actually a pretty new science when we think about the modern techniques that we're using. It's not something we understand well. It's not something we understand across the board. And caribou like to be caribou and kind of do their own thing and break the rules and not do what is expected. So I would say the opportunity to talk about this more and I think put it in more context next week, but I don't want to jump the gun on that today.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thanks a whole bunch for that presentation. It's great. We're going to go to the population status of Arctic hares.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Chris Barger, and I'm a research biologist in Region 3 with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, leading a statewide study investigating Alaska hares. I'm honored to be able to provide a brief update on the Alaska Hare Project occurring in parts of Regions 4 and 5. Slides from this presentation can be found in RC4, tab 1.3. During this board meeting, you will have one Alaska Hare proposal from Units 9 and 17 before you, addressing the management of Alaska hares. As a brief overview, I'd like to begin by comparing the two species of hares that are found in Alaska. The Alaska hare on the left and the snowshoe hare on the right. The Alaska hare is endemic to western Alaska and ranges from the mainland of the Alaska Peninsula to slightly north of Kotzebue, whereas snowshoe hares are found throughout the majority of Alaska and North America. Alaska hares are known by several common names such as tundra hares and jackrabbits. Historically, they were an important food resource for local users, food and fur resource for local users. There's a significant size difference between the two species, with Alaska hares being 2 to 3 times larger than a snowshoe and weighing up to 15 pounds. One notable difference in the reproductive biology is that Alaska hares are only known to produce 1 litter per year compared to snowshoe hares, which can produce multiple litters per year. Unlike snowshoe hares, it does not appear that Alaska hares currently undergo cyclic population swings and are presently found in low abundance throughout the range. In western Alaska, snowshoe hares tend to congregate in dense populations and are limited to alder willow thickets. Alaska hares, on the other hand, tend to be found individually or in small groups that utilize multiple habitats, such as open tundra, high elevation rocky outcroppings, and alder willow thickets. The two species coexist in the majority of Alaska hare range, and the extent of competition is still unknown. We have a vast knowledge base of basic snowshoe ecology. However, very little is known about the basic biology of Alaska hares. They are an understudied yet hunted species which we know very little about. Prior to the beginning of this project, there's been no effort monitoring Alaska hare populations. Historical accounts from local residents, department staff, and field experiences from across western Alaska suggest the Alaska hare population is substantially below historical records. No formal surveys of the species has ever been conducted until this project began. However, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game published game bird reports from the 1970s and 80s, which include observational data that was collected during moose surveys in units 18, 22, and 23, where Alaska hares were observed numbering in groups of about 300 to 800 hares. During a survey along the Good Hope River in Unit 23, it was estimated that 2,000 to 3,000 hares were in this drainage, with a single group estimated at 600 to 800 hares. Around the same time, areas in the central Seward Peninsula were observed with relatively high abundance of Alaska hares as well, such as the Kuzitrin drainage, where a group of 300 to 500 hares were observed. Accounts from the 1990s and early 2000s suggest Alaska hare abundance was similar to current distributions. To my knowledge, there's only been 2 research studies conducted on the species, one completed in 1974 and the other completed in 2016. In order to address this management need, we began pilot work in 2017 to determine the feasibility of a larger project. During this time, we also visited a number of communities across the regions, spending a session talking with village elders, and the vast majority spoke to the decline of Alaska hares in their respective region. We used this momentum to secure funding for this joint project between the Small Game Program and the Threatened, Endangered, and Diversity Program. Overall, we have conducted 16 surveys and capture attempts at 7 different locations throughout the range, shown on the map by orange circles and stars. We focused our field efforts in the Selkirk Hills in the Kotzebue region, the area around Nome, and Ekook, which is located south of Dillingham. These 3 main field locations are depicted on the map by orange stars. This immense effort has resulted in 1.3 years in the field, over 20,000 miles covered by snow machine, and has been supported by 10 different staff members and 4 volunteers and contractors. This project has 2 primary objectives. One, we hope to evaluate techniques for long-term population monitoring in the hope of developing a tool that can be used moving forward. And secondly, through capturing and collaring Alaska hares, our aim is to understand more of their movement ecology. First, we began by examining multiple techniques that could be used to monitor this elusive species, with the goal of providing an estimate of abundance, relative densities, buck-doe ratios, and variability in study areas and years. Through the course of this project, we have evaluated multiple techniques to monitor this challenging species, which occur in low densities, some of which include helicopter, aerial surveys, spotlight and counting surveys, track surveys, pellet counts, and lastly, pellet transects with a DNA analysis. Due to their low density, long movements, and cryptic nature, many of these techniques are not viable options. For example, during this field work, I snow machined roughly 13,000 miles and visually saw 10 hares outside of capture attempts. We found that pellet transects with DNA analysis is the most reliable method by far. We used snow machines to follow a transect through various habitat types and collect Alaska hare fecal pellets during the winter months. These pellets were thawed and then swabbed to remove DNA, which can then be sequenced to determine unique individuals and sex. The transect can be repeated within a season and between years to allow for a capture mark recapture estimates of adult survival and abundance. So far, we have achieved a 92% success rate on analysis of pellets. And pellet DNA can degrade quickly during rain events, and in the late spring, pellets can melt into the snow and disappear rapidly. Hence, it is important to collect pellets in the middle or late winter months. As you can see in the photo, Alaska hare pellets tend to be much larger than snowshoe hare pellets. However, if there is any confusion, the genetic markers can differentiate between the 2 species. Here's an example of the extensive snow machine survey transects that were completed in the Nome area. These were conducted 2 times per year in late January, early February, and then repeated in late March or early April, depending on snow conditions, and encompass roughly 400 to 700 miles of surveys per year. Through this effort, we collected over 1,800 fecal pellets. Surveys were also completed in Kotzebue and Dillingham areas. However, the most extensive surveys were completed in the Nome area. The relatively larger abundance of Alaska hares in the Nome area allowed for a capture mark recapture models to estimate adult survival and abundance. Here we have the summary statistics from our 3 primary field sites. In the Kotzebue Selkirk Hills region, we surveyed roughly 600 miles, collected around 200 fecal pellets, and have identified 6 males and 1 female. In the Nome region, we surveyed roughly 1,500 miles, collected over 1,800 pellets, and identified 154 hares, of which 93 were male and 61 were female. From this data, we estimated adult survival around 66%, which is lower than survival estimates from other large hare species, which can range from 78 to 85%. Lastly, in the Ekook region, with the help of a local contractor, we surveyed roughly 550 miles, collected 150 pellets and detected 20 hairs, of which 12 were male and 8 were female. This figure depicts the preliminary estimated abundance of Alaska hares from the Nome area only. This pellet data was surveyed 2 times per year in 2020, 2021, and 2022, for a total of 6 surveys. Female abundance estimates are shown in red, while male abundance is shown in light blue with their corresponding error bars. The lowest abundance estimate occurred in the first year of surveys with an estimate of 32 total hares, while the highest abundance estimate occurred the final survey year with about 59 hares. During the 2020 Board of Game cycle, the board adopted season dates and bag limits in Unit 22. Until then, there were no bag limit, season dates, or salvage requirements in this unit. Similar to the minimum count data from surveys in the Selleck Hills and E-Cook, we continue to estimate more males than females. Importantly, we always detected active callers in the study area regardless of sex. In all years, hair densities were rather low. We have yet to quantitatively estimate hair densities, but we detected roughly 1 to 2 hares every 4 or 5 miles of snow machine survey effort. Now I'd like to shift and talk about the movement ecology aspect of this project. Our goal has been to determine the extent of Alaska hare seasonal and annual movements, gain an understanding of their potential home range size, and compare their movements in different areas of their range. In order to accomplish this, we placed satellite collars on hares which collect roughly 2 to 3 GPS locations a day and have an average lifespan of 1 year. Besides filling in this data gap about their life history, this information will help us determine the extent at which populations have the ability to repopulate an area that has experienced a decline. This project is the first to capture and collar Alaska hares and has been an immense effort full of trial and error. All capture efforts took place in the winter months, with the majority of effort occurring February through April, depending on the weather conditions and locations. This species is extremely difficult to work on. Simply putting a live box trap near fresh tracks or pellets created problems with snow drifting, catching snowshoe hares, and the fact that Alaska hares just do not like going in but live box traps. After a season of failures using live box traps, we moved on to actively trapping hares at night with a manual released bow net while sitting in a camouflage blind, as you can see in the orange circle. This technique did work, and we captured 3 hares. However, it is extremely time intensive, requiring countless hours monitoring the trap while using night vision equipment. After countless iterations, we finally created a 12-foot diameter pen trap constructed with mesh wiring and 2 large PVC doors in combination with a live box trap, which is continuously monitored using satellite trap transmitters. This technique was the most viable, capturing 5 hares and numerous recaptures of already collared hares. In summary, we have managed to capture and collar 12 Alaska hares, which required an incredible amount of effort. 2 male hares were captured in the Selleck Hills, 4 males and 3 males in the Nome region, and 2 males and 1 female in the E-Cook region. Here's an example of 10 months of movement data from Alaska hare and a snowshoe hare. Using this data, we found that they can have home ranges upwards of 7,200 acres, and they can easily move 3 to 4 linear miles in a matter of hours. A recent study on Arctic hares in Canada, which are in similar size to Alaska hares, described annual migrations upwards of 240 miles. We have not observed any movements greater than 10 miles from the capture site, but Alaska hares frequently move within their home range. In the lower right corner, we have an example of a snowshoe hare on the same scale. As you can see, their home range is significantly smaller and their movements are quite diminished. In order to estimate home range sizes, we use this movement data to construct kernel density estimates. Above is an example of a kernel density estimate from an Alaska hare and a snowshoe hare with 95, 75, and 50% isoplex. An isopleth in home range analysis is a boundary enclosing a certain percentage of an animal's activity or movement based on its location data. For example, a 95% isopleth here, depicted in light green, outlines the area where the animal spends 95% of its time and is often used as a representation of its overall home range. The hotter pink color represents the core area, or a 50% isopleth, where the animal is most frequently active and spends half of its time. Using these kernel density estimates, we found on average Alaska hares and Nome had a home range of about 5,000 acres and spent 50% of their time, and 50% of their time was spent in about 650 acres. Compared to Alaska hares and Ekook, which had a home range of about 1,700 acres, and half of their time was spent in about 250 acres. Snowshoe hares, which were sampled throughout the study area, had a home range of only 35 acres and spent half of their time in just about 6 acres. It remains unknown at this time why Alaska hares and Nome have larger home ranges than Ekook. It may be an artifact of very small, low sample sizes, or due to habitat differences, with Alaska hares and Nome utilizing the large mountainous areas that are unavailable to hares and Ekook. When we begin to investigate the habitat within these core areas, variability among the individuals is quite high. However, many utilize a high proportion of alder willow thickets in their 50% core area. Considering these large home ranges, the loss of a few hares may preclude surrounding individuals the opportunity to breed. In other words, they may be challenged just to find a mate. If we look closer at the Nome home range sizes, we see a drastic difference between males and females. Home range sizes for males range from about 5,000 to 7,000 acres, while female home ranges were half that size, ranging from 2,700 acres to about 3,000 acres. Males also had larger core areas in their home range, ranging from about 450 acres to almost 900 acres, whereas female core areas were slightly smaller, ranging from 270 to a little more than 500 acres. Lastly, I'd like to mention the current statewide regulatory structure for Alaska hares in units 18, 22, and 23 includes the season date of August 1st through May 31st with a bag limit of 2 per day and 6 per season. And units 9 and 17, the season opens on November 1st and concludes on January 31st with a bag limit of 1 per day, 4 per season. In all units, hunters must salvage either the hide or the edible meat from Alaska hares. Current federal subsistence regulations mirror the state bag limits for all units. However, units 9 and 17 have a longer harvest season, opening November 1st through March 31st, and all rural residents are qualified. Just a reminder that you have Proposal 24 before you at this meeting, which specifically addresses units 9 and 17. This proposal would create no open season for Alaska hares in units 9 and 17. That concludes my staff report, and I'd be more than happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Hey, Chris, thanks a whole bunch for that presentation. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chris, for that presentation. It was very interesting. Are you also seeing in other areas of the range outside of 9 and 17 that the population is also reduced significantly as from, prior years or last 10 or 15 years?
Through the chair, Member Loring, unfortunately, the historical data is quite scattered and unavailable. So it's challenging to compare historical data to what we're currently finding. We can only go through reports from local residents.
Okay, thanks. And I can get a follow-up question real quick. We talked earlier about species like ptarmigan and grouse and snowshoe hares versus Alaska hares and the differences between them. Could you just maybe explain to the board and the public just what those differences are and why they're there? Thank you.
Through the chair, Member Loring, there's quite a bit of difference in the ecology between Alaska hares and snowshoe hares. Snowshoe hares tend to follow more of a ptarmigan R-select species strategy where they have shorter lifespans of several years, produce a large number of offspring, and Alaska hares are simply quite different in their ecology. They follow more of, I believe, a K-select species where they can live likely 6 to 8 years. I had several individuals throughout the study over 4 years that were continually in the pellet sampling. And they can reproduce once a year once they're adults too. So the management implications are very different when you're trying to manage a snowshoe hare versus Alaska hare.
Thank you for that explanation. What, if we go ahead and close the season, what type of numbers are you looking at before we might be able to reopen a season? Have you thought about where you want that population to be before it might be available for harvest again in those areas?
Through the chair, Member Loring, those discussions are taking place, and I'd like to save that. I'd like to defer that question until the proposal, when the small game coordinator, Cameron Carroll, is present.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chris. That was really informative and good to see. But I'm curious, on your gnome abundance estimates, page 11 or 6 on the tab, I was curious to why in 2021 you had much more confidence in your estimate of abundance versus the year prior and the year after.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I'd have to take a closer look at that. I can always get back to you. It's a great observation.
Thank you.
If I had to, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask the same question as Al did about that graph, but then I thought maybe they just got better at what they're doing, since it's something new that the department's been doing recently. But how much, despite all this, does that department do anything as far as anecdotal information from the 70s? So I'll tell a quick story. When I first moved back to Bethel in the 90s, I was intrigued by these Arctic hares because I heard a lot of stories about it from my grandmother and other people. And I asked, well, how do I go and harvest one of these? And they said, oh, you wait till it snows, and you go out in the dark, and as soon as it snows, you follow the track until you find the rabbit. So I tried that, and there was none. I finally did do it, and I had to go 100 miles west of Bethel to do it. And with that being said, my grandmother used to snare them in town where Bethel is now. So something drastically happened in a very short period of time. And I was also wondering, with this global warming stuff going on, and it seems, well, it's obvious that the alder and willow thickets are expanding. Do you think that has any effect on this population?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, those are great observations. This study wasn't designed to investigate cause-specific mortality. So it's still unclear, like the effects of climate change on the species.
Okay, thank you. One last quick question. Do we have any comparisons for Alaska hare versus Arctic hares for as population declines, or is the Arctic hares declining as well?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, there's quite a bit of research on Arctic hares in Canada and Greenland. To my knowledge, there's no recorded evidence of declines. Arctic hares in that region can be found in groups of 100 to 200 individuals currently, and they undergo annual migrations from summering grounds to wintering grounds.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Chris, thanks a whole bunch for that presentation. We look forward to talking to you again a little later on when we get into the proposals. And we'll move on to the subsistence overview.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the public. For the record, my name is Lucille. I'm the Southern Region Program Manager for the Division of Subsistence at ADF&G. With me today is Jackie Keating, who is the lead researcher for the South Central Region. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Slides associated with this presentation can be found in RC4, tab 1.4. Our presentation this morning is a broad overview of both the Division of Subsistence as well as of subsistence hunting and use of large game in communities throughout Region 4. To begin with, we will provide an overview of the Division of Subsistence, including who we are and the types of work that we do in the department. We'll follow this with a broad level look at subsistence and subsistence regulations in the southwest region of the state and a discussion about recent research in the area. Jackie will then give a similar look at the central region of the state, along with a recap of recent research in that area. So our division is mandated by state statute to conduct studies to gather information from residents of Alaska communities on all aspects of the role of subsistence hunting and fishing in the lives of state residents. The information we collect is to be made available to the public, agencies, and others. As a research division, subsistence staff engage in all research and regulatory arenas in all regions of the state, and we serve both the Board of Game and the Board of Fisheries. This means that staff work to become knowledgeable about subsistence practices concerning both fish and game species, as well as about how both fish and wildlife populations are managed and the regulations concerning all resources. The research we conduct in communities usually concerns both fish and wildlife resources. We make the summarized data that we gather publicly available shortly after the conclusion of projects, and these data are used by the boards, by the department, and by the communities for a variety of applications, including community planning, regulatory changes, and C&T and A&S findings. For members of the public or anyone in the audience who may be unfamiliar with these two terms, I want to take a minute here to define them. C&T refers to customary and traditional uses of resources, which means the non-commercial, long-term, and consistent taking of, use of, and reliance upon fish or game in a specific area. A&S is short for amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence. It is not a harvest quota, but it does provide the board with guidelines on typical numbers of animals harvested for customary and traditional uses under normal conditions. There are several ways that we gather information about the customary and traditional uses of resources. Our research focus and methods are determined by the identified information need or data gap, funding availability, and community input. Most of our projects are partnerships. We work with community entities, regional nonprofits, and other agencies. I can't emphasize enough how important these partnerships are. We couldn't do what we do without their support and participation, most especially of the communities where we work. In general, our research takes place in the more rural areas of the state, but Alaskans living anywhere in the state are eligible to hunt and fish under subsistence regulations. Information on the subsistence harvest of all state residents living in rural and urban areas is available through various permit programs and surveys, and the Division of Wildlife Conservation will be discussing some of those data today. Our work is guided by the Alaska Confidentiality Statute, the National Science Foundation's Principles for the Conduct of Research in the Arctic, and the Alaska Federation of Natives Guidelines for Research. All of our research projects are based on voluntary participation, informed consent, confidentiality, and respect for the privacy and dignity of the people we work with and learn from. Toward this end, we utilize procedures to preserve the anonymity of subjects in our records so that information cannot be tied to identifiable persons. Informed consent is obtained from each participant in the research, as well as from the community at large. At the end of projects, we return to communities with draft data for their review and feedback. Comprehensive surveys are one of our standard data gathering methods, and today we'll be presenting some of the information that results from these tools. As their name implies, the surveys are comprehensive. Through them, we collect information on every type of wild food a household might harvest and gather details such as the methods of harvesting and processing, amounts harvested, the areas used for harvesting, and the prevalence of sharing among households. Our goal is to gain a holistic understanding of subsistence ways of life in these communities. Most of the places we work have a mixed cash subsistence economy, meaning wages from jobs and other income are used to augment and support subsistence activities. So we also document demographic details of the household, income and employment specifics, as well as food security information. For all of our projects, we conduct these surveys face-to-face, usually in people's homes. In smaller communities, we'll attempt to survey every permanent household, but in larger communities, we conduct a random sample. These surveys are completely voluntary, and the data collected are stored and reported anonymously. We present data at the community level, not the individual household level. Ethnography is another of our standard data collection methods. Broadly speaking, ethnographic fieldwork is the way that we attempt to understand other people's ways of knowing. We use several established social science methods of ethnographic fieldwork and data analysis. Semi-structured interviews are conducted with knowledgeable, active, or former subsistence harvesters, processors, or community members. The interviews follow a thematic protocol, but can accommodate variability in the experiences and expertise of the respondents. Participant observation provides a chance for researchers to participate in and observe different harvesting or processing activities, providing us with experiential knowledge. Life history mapping is an opportunity to speak with long-term community members, and through the use of maps, document and discuss changes in habitat, resource populations, social structures. Each of these approaches require rigorous, well-thought-out methods accompanied by data analysis in order to provide meaningful and useful information. So I wanted to make sure that the board and the public are aware that all this information and data that we collect are available through our online Community Subsistence Information System, the CSIS, and our technical paper series. The CSIS is a data portal that provides access to all the community-level harvest and use data that's been collected over the past 40 years, along with summaries of demographics, economics, and research methods for each community and project. The technical paper series houses all of our published reports, where we analyze and discuss survey and ethnographic research results. So before we dive into the Central and Southwest regions, I wanted to provide a little information about the people who work in our division. As I mentioned earlier, our staff are responsible for research and regulatory work concerning both fish and wildlife throughout the state. Despite the large geographic scale in which we work, we are a small group. We're broadly divided into the northern region and the southern region, with the Alaska Range being the major geographic boundary. The southern region itself is split between southwest, south central, and southeast, and we have a small staff that specialize in each of these regions. The geographic region of focus of this meeting encompasses our southwest region, where we have Maddie Christensen currently as our sole regional staff member. We have a vacant position for our lead researcher there. It also covers portions of our south central region, where we have 2 regional staff, Jackie Keating and Christian Woodard. In each of these regions, staff are assisted by Subsistence Resource Specialist 1s who work throughout the southern region, and short-term fish and wildlife techs hired during our field season. So I want to briefly share a bird's eye view of Region 4. The area encompassed by the region and the focus of this meeting contains 95 communities, 73% of which are found outside the Anchorage-Kenai Mat-Su non-subsistence area, which we'll discuss in more detail during Jackie's presentation. These rural communities comprise multiple cultural and traditional use patterns. The southwest region is divided into Bristol Bay, the Alaska Peninsula, and the Aleutian Islands, and the central region includes Upper Cook Inlet and Copper River. So the next portion of the presentation will be focused just on the southwest region, which is outlined here in black. So the southwest region encompasses Bristol Bay, the Alaska Peninsula, and the Aleutian Islands, each of which roughly correspond to game management units. Bristol Bay includes the entirety of Unit 17 and its 10 communities, as well as most of the 25 communities of Unit 9. The 4 communities of Unit 9D and 5 communities of Unit 9E that are situated along the Gulf of Alaska are more aptly considered a part of the Alaska Peninsula or Aleutian Island region, along with the 8 communities of Unit 10. So this figure shows the estimated percentages of households using and harvesting land mammals, both large game such as moose or small game like ptarmigan and hare. The teal bars are the percentage of households using land mammals, and the orange bars are their percentage harvesting. The data shown are collected through our household harvest surveys in communities located within each unit and aggregated to a unit-wide level. This figure is showing the average of the most recent study year for all the communities within each unit. You can see the use of land mammals is very high in Bristol Bay communities, where nearly 90% of households in Unit 17 use land mammals and approximately 2/3 of households use them in Unit 9. Use levels drop pretty dramatically for Unit 10 communities, reasons for which we'll cover in the next slides. For each unit, however, you can see that the percentage of households using land mammals is much greater than the percentage of households harvesting these resources. We usually see these kinds of differences between using and harvesting resources because of the role sharing plays in rural Alaska communities, especially for resources such as moose and caribou. So comprehensive subsistence household harvest surveys allow us to document the harvest and use of all types of resources that are used in Alaska communities. This figure shows the average composition of harvest and per capita pounds harvested for each of the 3 units in the southwest region. Per capita harvests control for changes in population and allow us to better assess trends in harvest and use over time. As you can see, per capita harvests are generally higher in Units 17 and 9 than they are in the Aleutian Island communities of Unit 10. In each unit, fish, salmon here represented by blue and non-salmon fish in light blue, compose the majority of the pounds harvested. Second in importance, however, are mammals, with large land mammals, shown here in the yellow color, composing 22% of the harvest in Unit 17 and 15% of the harvest in Unit 9. In Unit 10, the relative scarcity of large land mammals is reflected in their small contribution to the overall harvest, but the more accessible marine mammals are harvested in quantity. So Bristol Bay is the traditional homelands of the Dena'ina, Athabascan, and Central Yupik peoples. Bristol Bay residents have hunted large land mammals, particularly caribou, for thousands of years. As we saw a few slides ago, people in this region harvest a diversity of resources, but the primary reliance is upon salmon and large land mammals, particularly caribou and moose. Black bear are only found in portions of Bristol Bay, but where it's available for harvest, it is valued as a meat source. Brown bear was used more frequently in the past than in the present, especially during times when other resources were not available. In the region, there are high numbers of hunters and users of caribou and moose. Hunting for large game occurs from the fall through the spring, with the preferred season depending on the species and the desired use. In the fall, caribou are fat, and many households have a dwindling supply of caribou and moose meat, but hunters traditionally also relied on the winter hunt for caribou. Winter environments have historically provided easier hunt conditions for caribou, but it is dependent on sufficient snow and ice, which has been more volatile in recent years. Moose is a relative newcomer to Bristol Bay, and there is a regional preference for caribou. But as caribou become scarcer, people rely more and more upon moose. Hunters tend to harvest moose during the fall hunt. Bears are taken during the fall for their fat and for hides, especially brown bear, and sometimes for meat, whereas spring hunts are more likely undertaken just for the meat of either species. Hunters generally use skiffs during the fall and snow machines during the winter to access hunting grounds. Contemporary preservation methods include freezing and canning, along with eating fresh. Drying was a common practice in the past, but is less so now. As we discussed earlier, sharing of resources in these communities is very important. Not only is the meat shared amongst hunting party members and the community, but the labor and equipment necessary for successful harvests are also shared. Hunting groups tend to be primarily composed of close relatives, and when traveling to different communities to hunt, people rely on kin ties in those communities to gain access. The act of harvesting and sharing moose and caribou reinforce these kinship ties and values of family, community, and respect for elders. So moving to the Alaska Peninsula Aleutian Islands region, these are the traditional territories of the Alutiiq, Sugpiaq, and Nunangan people. In comparison to Bristol Bay, subsistence in this region is more oriented towards the sea. Salmon and marine mammals are important components of subsistence harvest here, as land mammals are not as abundant. For communities on or near the Alaska Peninsula, there's access to caribou through the Unimak Island herd and the Southern Alaska Peninsula herd, as well as to brown bears. Archaeological evidence suggests caribou have been hunted in the area for thousands of years. Moose were not present on the Alaska Peninsula until the mid-1900s, and there wasn't a harvestable surplus of them until the late 1990s. Households still receive moose and caribou through sharing networks, even if they are not engaged in hunting them. Brown bear has been an important resource for communities on the peninsula and still are harvested. Similar to Bristol Bay, fall, especially September, and spring are key times for harvesting land mammals, and access to hunting areas is through commercial boats, skiffs, and ATVs. Hunters here prefer multiple short hunting trips throughout the year, lasting for a couple of days, rather than one longer trip in which all the caribou needed for a year are harvested. And here, kinship ties are also important, with groups of related hunters often harvesting together. The younger generations are trained during these hunts. Skilled hunters take the majority of caribou and share widely, first along kinship lines and then along friendship lines. In the Southwest region, there are 6 identified caribou herds, and 5 of them have a positive customary and traditional use finding. Only the Adak herd has a negative finding. The board made C&T findings for the Unimak Island herd and the Nushagak Peninsula herd at your last meeting in 2022. No A&S determinations were made at that meeting. For the Nushagak herd, local ACs had expressed a desire for more time to collect information for the board to determine an appropriate A&S, and for the Unimak herd, there was a lack of data for an A&S as hunting on the herd had been closed. This map depicts caribou hunting areas used by residents of Units 9, 10, and 17 as documented through household harvest surveys since the 1980s. The map only shows spatial extent, not hunting intensity of any area. And in this area, there's a mixture of registration hunts and general season hunts, along with a Tier 2 hunt on the northern Alaska Peninsula. There are 3 separate findings for moose in this area. There's a positive C&T finding for Unit 9, except for Unit 9D, which has a negative finding, and there's a positive finding for moose in Unit 17. The A&S is set at a range of 100 to 140 moose in Unit 9 and 100 to 150 moose in Unit 17. Similar to the previous map slide, this map is showing the extent of area used for moose hunting by residents of Units 9, 10, and 17, as documented through household harvest surveys. Moose hunting opportunities are a mixture of registration and general season hunts. There's a drawing hunt for non-residents in Unit 17 and no moose hunts in Unit 10, as there are no moose in that unit. There are separate C&T findings for black bear and brown bear. For black bear, there's a negative finding in Unit 17 and no finding in Unit 9. For brown bear, there are positive findings in Unit 17, as well as Units 9B and 9E. The board has made negative findings for brown bear in Units 9A, 9C, 9D, and Unit 10. This map represents all the black and brown bear hunting areas used by residents of Units 9, 10, and 17, as documented through household harvest surveys. Black bear hunting areas are shown in gold or yellow, and brown bear areas are in the pink hashed areas. For both black bear and brown bear, hunting opportunities are through a combination of registration and general season hunts. In Unit 10, there's a drawing hunt for brown bear and no black bear hunts. These next few slides contain the remainder of the C&T findings and A&S determinations for game in Units 9, 10, and 17. The one species I want to highlight on this table is sheep. The board has not made any C&T findings for sheep in Unit 9 or 17. There are also no proposals before the board this cycle concerning sheep in either of these units. And these are the C&T findings for birds, Alaska hare, and snowshoe hare. You can see that each of these is currently lacking an A&S finding. So before we move on to the Central Region overview, I wanted to briefly share some of the recent and upcoming work of the division in Southwest Alaska. We recently completed several comprehensive household harvest surveys. These surveys are conducted in late winter or early spring and are a retrospective look at the previous year. In each of these recent surveys, the study year was the previous calendar year. So we have updated data for Port Allsworth and Non-Dalton for study year 2021, for Kakanaak and Igiagig for study year 2022, and for Manicodic, False Pass, and Nelson Lagoon for study year 2023. Data from all these surveys will be published by the next time the board meets in this region. Looking forward, we're going to be completing comprehensive household surveys in Chignik, Chignik Lake, Chignik Lagoon, and Perryville. This coming spring, that will be covering study year 2024, and we propose research in the communities of New Halen, Iliamna, and Pedro Bay. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Jackie.
Good morning. Again, for the record, my name is Jackie Keating. I'm the lead South Central Subsistence Resource Specialist for the department. And the rest of our presentation will be an overview of the central portion of Region 4. This encompasses Units 11, 13, 14A, and 14B, and Unit 16. Some subunits in the central region fall within the Anchorage-Matsu-Kenai non-subsistence area, or the NSA. These are Units 14A, 14B, and 16A. As board members may recall from the joint board meeting last March, NSAs are areas where dependence upon subsistence is not a principal characteristic of the economy, culture, and way of life as determined by the Joint Board of Fisheries and Game. Therefore, there is no subsistence priority in NSAs, and subsistence hunts cannot be authorized within NSAs. However, it's important to note that all Alaska residents are eligible to participate in subsistence hunts outside of NSAs, regardless of where they live in the state. It should also be noted that in times of conservation concerns, participation in subsistence hunts can be limited, like what we see in Unit 13 for Nelchina caribou. Our subsistence overview will focus on regulatory information and data we collect in the management units outside of the non-subsistence area. But I'd like to note that you'll be hearing more from the Division of Wildlife Conservation about the types of information that the department collects on subsistence uses by all Alaskan residents in the central portion of Region 4. The Central Region GMUs outside of the Anchorage-Matsu-Kenai NSA are Units 11, 13, and 16B. While outside of the non-subsistence area, these units are close to some of Alaska's largest population centers and therefore are heavily utilized by residents living inside of the NSA. Units 11 and 13 are accessible by road. Unit 11 encompasses a portion of Wrangell-St. Elias National Park and contains the communities of Slana and McCarthy. Neighboring Unit 13 is home to 20 communities, ranging from 12 residents to over 400, or about 2,600 people total. Many communities in Unit 13 are located near the border of Unit 11, and residents utilize lands and waters in both units to meet subsistence needs. Therefore, summary information on harvest, use, and spatial data for residents of these areas will be presented together as Units 11, 13 combined. On the western side of Cook Inlet, Unit 16B is home to the communities of Tyonek, Beluga, and Alexander-Susitna and Squentna, totaling less than 300 residents. While not road accessible, Anchorage and Matsu residents can easily access Unit 16B by plane, motorboat, or snow machine. Like the figures you saw for the Southwest region, this figure shows the estimated percentages of households from units 11, 13, and 16B that used and harvested land mammals during the most recent study year in each community. Community level data are aggregated to a unit-wide level. As you can see from the blue bars, land mammals are important to residents of the central region, with about 80% of households using large land mammals in both units 11, 13, and unit 16B. Also, like the previous harvest and use figures, a smaller percentage of households harvested land mammals, with 40% of Unit 1113 households harvesting and 29% of Unit 16B harvesting. This again reflects the prevalence of sharing wild foods in these communities. And this figure shows the average composition of harvest in pounds per capita for Units 1113 and Unit 16B. As you heard previously, per capita harvests control for changes in population and allow us to better assess trends in harvest and use over time. As you can see, average per capita harvest for the central region households is 147 usable pounds for units 1113 and 173 pounds in unit 16B. For both groupings, salmon and dark blue compose the majority of the harvest weight, followed by large land mammals in the darker shade of yellow. For the most recent study years, residents of units 1113 harvested 48 pounds of large land mammals per person, and residents of unit 16B harvested 42 pounds per person. Units 11 and 13 include the Copper River Basin, where Athabascan people have lived for over 1,000 years. Salmon, moose, caribou, and freshwater fish were historically harvested and used in large quantities, but birds, small game, and plants were also widely used. Caribou were traditionally taken with snares, spears, and bow and arrow. Contemporarily, some bow harvest occurs, but mostly with rifle on road corridors and established trails. Before firearms, moose were harvested with snares set along a trail or in game fences. Late summer-fall moose hunts were from upland camps or along river corridors. Traditional moose seasons in winter-spring were linked to storage requirements. As other foods ran out over the winter, more moose were taken to meet family needs. Skilled hunters traditionally take several moose or caribou to share throughout the community. Meat preservation methods include drying, smoking, canning, and freezing. Hunting knowledge is primarily passed down through familial relationships, and contemporary hunters living in the Copper Basin still report primarily learning to hunt from their fathers. The board identified communal patterns of use for Unit 13, which was a factor in establishing the community's subsistence hunt in 2009. Today, Alaska residents both within and outside of Units 11 and 13 rely on harvest opportunities in these units. The area encompassed by Unit 16B has been occupied by the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina Athabascans since before recorded history. Dena'ina people historically relied on large quantities of salmon, moose, caribou, and brown and black bear for sustenance throughout the year. The traditional preference for winter moose hunting in the region has also been adopted by contemporary communities in 16B. Winter temperatures create optimal travel conditions after thick summer vegetation thins out, and moose become more accessible in the winter months when they congregate in lowlands. Additionally, winter temperatures are more conducive to meat processing and preservation. As one Squintna hunter shared during the subsistence household surveys in 2012, we need to be able to store our foods without refrigeration. Winter is when we need to take a moose for that reason. Past and present residents of Tyonek on the northwest shores of Cook Inlet have valued utilizing all parts of harvested animals, including widespread sharing of moose products from meat and internal organs to the nose and tongue. Kinship ties still structure harvest activities, with equipment and effort shared among family and friend groups for both harvesting and processing wild foods. Today, moose in 16B occur in 4 geographically separate populations with different demographic characteristics, as well as different hunting conditions and hunter characteristics. And next, we'll look at subsistence findings for some of the most widely used species in the central portion of Region 4. There are 4 caribou herds in the central region for which the board has made a positive, customary, and traditional use finding. They are the Mentasta herd in Unit 11, the Nelchina herd in Unit 13, and the Big River Rainy Pass herds in Unit 16B, as well as portions of Unit 19. The board set an ANS of 600 to 1,000 caribou in units 12 and 13, 50 to 70 caribou for the Big River Rainy Pass herds, and has not yet set an ANS for caribou in Unit 11. There's not currently a harvestable surplus of caribou in Unit 13, therefore no subsistence hunts were open for the last 2 seasons. This map depicts caribou hunting areas used by residents of Units 11, 13, and 16B as documented through household harvest surveys conducted over the past 5 decades. Like maps for the Southwest region, this map only shows spatial extent, not hunting intensity. At present, caribou hunting in central units outside the NSA is only open through the general season registration in Unit 16B. Though caribou is currently closed in Units 11 and 13, past hunt opportunities have included Tier 1, Tier 2, community subsistence hunts, and general season harvest tickets. There are positive, customary, and traditional use findings for moose in all central units outside the NSA, with an ANS of 30 to 40 moose in Unit 11, 300 to 600 moose in Unit 13, 10 moose in Unit 16B in the readout drainages, 29 to 37 in 16B south of the Beluga River and north of Redoubt Bay, and 160 to 180 moose in 16B north of the Beluga River. Like the previous map, this map depicts moose hunting areas used by residents of Units 11, 13, and 16B as documented through household harvest surveys. Moose hunting occurs under general season regulations in all 3 units. Moose in Unit 11 and 13 can also be hunted through the community subsistence hunt and drawing hunts, while additional registration tags are available in Unit 13. In Unit 16B, Tier 2 hunts allow for moose hunting opportunities outside the general season. And finally, there's a positive, customary, and traditional use finding for Dall sheep in Unit 11, and the board set an ANS of 60 to 75 sheep. The board made negative findings for sheep in Units 13B, C, and D. And this map depicts sheep hunting areas used by residents of Units 11, 13, and 16B over the past 5 decades as documented through household harvest surveys. Sheep hunting occurs under general season regulations in all 3 units, with drawing hunt opportunities available in Unit 13. And the next 2 tables contain the remainder of the C&T findings and ANS determinations for game in the central units outside of the NSA. On this first one, I'd like to highlight that the board made positive C&T findings for black bear in all 3 units and set an ANS of 20 to 50 bears in Unit 11 and 13, and 15 to 40 bears in Unit 16B. Additionally, there are positive C&T findings in Units 11, 13, and 16B for grouse, ptarmigan, migratory game birds, snowshoe hare, and fur bears. The board has not yet set an ANS for these species, with the exception of fur bears, which is 90% of the harvestable portion. And since the last Region 4 board meeting, we've completed comprehensive household harvest surveys in Mentasta Pass, Mentasta Lake, and Chistachina for the 2022 study year, and Slana and Nebezna for the 2023 study year. This project was a partnership with Otna Intertribal Resources Commission and the Wrangell-St. Elias National Park, and the final technical paper will be published by December 2025. Because our small South Central team is also responsible for Region 2, I wanted to share that we recently completed comprehensive surveys in Port Lions and Uzinki for the 2022 study year and Port Graham for the 2023 study year. We're also collaborating with the Chugach Regional Resources Commission to conduct a moose traditional ecological knowledge study in Port Graham, and you'll be hearing more about these studies at next year's board meeting in Kodiak. In addition to comprehensive surveys, we work with the native village of Tyonek, located in Unit 16B, to administer and retrieve subsistence fishing permits each spring and fall. And we're currently involved in a food resiliency study with the Kodiak Area Native Association. We've submitted a proposal to conduct comprehensive surveys in Cordova for the 2025 study year and hope to be starting that research soon. And you'll hear from our division again and again that we could not do the work we do without partnerships and the knowledge, trust, and involvement of the residents of the communities we work in. We'd like to thank all the residents who have participated in subsistence research over the years, And thank you to the board for the opportunity to share this information. With that, we're happy to take any questions.
Laura and Jackie, thanks a whole bunch for that presentation. It was great and it's very thorough. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lauren and Jackie. That was really informational. I'm curious, I didn't see in your presentation how you accounted for documented migrant hunters. Those that hunt, that migrated from into the area, they were, they're from outside the area that you had your counts in.
Sure. So the research that we do within communities, we survey permanent residents of those communities, year-round residents. And so during our harvest surveys, we don't talk to people who are just seasonal residents who just come in and just hunt. And so it is a look at just the community, the use patterns of the community, not necessarily the use patterns of that whole region, because there are people coming from outside the region to hunt in there. And so we may capture them in other household harvest surveys, or data may be captured under permits or harvest tickets or things like that.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jackie and Lauren, for that presentation. As always, that was really good information. And I just want to make a quick comment. As someone who's been part of these surveys, I've always been impressed about the way your department and you guys conduct this work. It's challenging going into people's homes, and it's a fun survey. It's among not like others. My family and I really enjoy it, and it gave my sons a really good opportunity to tell someone about their hunting stories who they haven't told yet. So just want to thank you for all your work, and I think it's valuable information.
Any other questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for that presentation. It was great. We're getting pretty close to noon here. Lunchtime, but I think we're going to plan on breaking for lunch, and then after lunch we'll go right into the public testimonies. But before we do that, I got a little bit more to read into the record here. Speaking for myself, whenever the public comes here and testifies, it's my favorite part of this whole meeting, getting to hear from you folks. It's a time that you can shine, and we're all here at your disposal. The board has called for public testimony on proposals before us at this meeting. We appreciate the interest and concern everyone who will testify during this public meeting, as well as those who took the time beforehand to submit written materials. There's a handout on the table in the back of the room titled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides useful information on testifying. As I mentioned earlier today, anyone wishing to testify must sign up by filling out a blue card located at the table in the back of the room and hand it to the board support staff at the end of the table here to my right. Be sure the blue card is legible and completely filled out so that both your name and the area of interest of your topic or proposals are that you're concerned about, so that we can be identified to board members. When completing the blue card to sign up to testify, please refer to the proposal you're addressing by the proposal number and indicate if you're testifying for yourself or an organization or both. Advisory committees and regional advisory committee representatives should indicate if they're going to be testifying at the beginning or the end of the public testimony or later on in the meeting, and if they will testify for themselves as well as the AC. Sometimes it's kind of difficult for an AC representative, whenever they're testifying, to not do their personal testimony while they're testifying for the AC. So we'll try to help a little bit in that regards, but please keep that in mind. Advisory committee representatives should restrict their testimony to what is discussed at the advisory committee meetings. Testimony should include a brief summary of the minutes of the meeting. A copy of the minutes will be available for the board members and advisory committee representative personnel. Opinions should be addressed during the advisory committee testimony. The cutoff time for public testimony will be 2 p.m. on Saturday, January 11th. The board staff have compiled a list of people signing up to present oral testimony, and lists are posted around the meeting room and in the hallway. Please do not ask board staff or board members to take you out of order. Everyone is wanting to testify, has unique travel needs. It would be difficult to assign priority for one person over another. However, if someone has a crazy circumstance or travel needs, if you talk to us, we'll try to accommodate you as best we can. It's not always possible. When the testimony process will go, I'll call out somebody's name, and you guys are allowed to laugh at me when I try to pronounce somebody's name, so it's going to be pretty funny. Please come forward to the microphone, to the table, state your name for the record, and whenever you're representing yourself or a group, if you have previously submitted written material for the board, you first should identify those materials by its record copy number, public comment number, or AC committee number. It'll give the board members an opportunity to get that paperwork before them before your time starts. Individuals and organizations have 5 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory committees representatives will have 15 minutes. When you begin your testimony, a green light in front of you will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. When your time is up, you'll hear a beeping sound, and at that time, you should stop speaking. Please stay seated because board members might have questions for you. These questions often assist you in finishing any remaining and relevant testimony. Please note the time limit on testimony does not include the questions the board members might have for you. Please confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration in a concise and direct manner as possible. Please be aware that you testify, you may not ask questions of the board members or the department or staff. It's a time for you to make a comment on a proposal before the board. If board members and or the department staff need clarification, they'll ask you questions. A person using any kind of threatening language will be asked to stop and not allowed to continue speaking. If you miss your call to testify and you're not present, we will do a second call. The second calls happen after the midday breaks or after the evening breaks, if the meeting continues into the evening and after dinner. If you miss your first call in the morning, you'll get your second call in the afternoon right after the lunch break before anyone else is called. If you get the first call in the afternoon and you're not present, you'll get your second call in that evening after the dinner break or the next morning whenever we come into session again. If you miss both your first and second calls, you'll not be able to testify at this meeting. The schedule, every morning we're going to start about 8:30. Sundays we're going to start at 9. I'm going to talk to the board members about this. We normally have about an hour and a half lunch break, and we might decide to shift our time for taking lunch and only have an hour lunch break to kind of avoid the rush, and we might work a little bit later than 5 every day, and I think maybe we can come up with an extra half a day of work that way, but I'll talk to all the board members in the department about that ahead of time, and I'll keep you posted tomorrow morning on that. And with that, I think we're going to break for lunch, and I just said all that, but we'll take an hour and a half lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. So thanks. is Josh Stam. If you don't mind coming forward and stating your name for the record and starting to speak. Thanks. Yes, sir. Yep, right there.
Yep, there we go. Hello, board. Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Stam, and I'm here in support of Proposal 8. I've grown up and lived on Umnak Island my entire life, and me and my wife live there, raising our 3 children there in Nikolsky, the only village on the island. With a population of under 40, we have learned to live and enjoy a very subsistent style of life, with hunting, fishing, and living off the land being very important to all of us. I am in support of Proposal 8 because of the unmanaged, feral state of the reindeer herd on the island. The herd, which has increased over the years and has expanded to all areas of the island and is now over 5,000 head. And these animals pose a threat to our island due to overgrazing and erosion concerns, as well as animals in the village and around people in the airstrip. I am hoping that Proposal 8 will clarify and allow us to legally harvest reindeer without bag limits. This would not only allow us to control the herd, but it will help with food security and bring the potential of outside hunters and opportunities to our village. Thank you.
Hey, Josh, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, thanks for your testimony. Currently, is there any take right now, legal take for those caribou by either the local folks or anybody else? Are you able to harvest them under the current status?
Thank you for the question. As far as I know, no. We don't know if we're able to harvest them at all, and we don't actually know there is no owner that we know of. It used to be a corporation, but it's been going on for many years, so we're just very unclear of the animal status at this time.
Okay, thanks for that. And is the herd, as far as you know, is the herd pretty healthy? Are the animals in good shape? And if we do go to a direction we can get them legally harvested, are they harvestable for both meat and, I guess, antlers? What's your thought on that?
Yeah, I think the herd is very healthy. They've just been overpopulated for so many years that they've reached kind of their peak what the island could sustain. There's also a herd of about 10,000 cattle on the island, so they don't really compete for the same food, but they trample everything. We've hunted them before in the past, and we've had excellent trophy-size reindeer, but the overgrazing and the amount of them, the size has decreased greatly over just the last few years to where hunting them trophy-wise right now, they're probably not the best animals.
And this isn't really concerning that, but you mentioned the cattle herd. They have an owner also, or are they just feral?
At this time, they have an owner, yes.
Any other questions from Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Josh. I think, are you starting to see, less calves on the ground and body size and antler size on the caribou, maybe indicating that there is a habitat issue starting?
I think just in the last few years the population has really expanded enough to where the erosion and all the concerns are, but the animals themselves have been doing relatively well because of the last few years have been very easy, mild winters, so the herd has just expanded everything, but the size of the animals have definitely decreased.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, Josh, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony. Thanks for traveling all this way. You're really clear, and thanks.
Thank you very much.
We'll call our next testifier Vincent Lessenkoff.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Vincent Lestenkoff. I'm a tribal member from the native village of Nikolsky and also a Chluka Corporation shareholder, the corporation in the village, and a full-time resident from Nikolsky. Nikolsky is located on the southwest side of the Umnak Island, and there's about 35 people year-round. I know that sounds like a small number, but compared to a decade ago, that population was cut in half. Me and my wife are living and working out there and raising our 6 kids in the village and teaching them subsistence living. This proposal 8 here, would help benefit with the growing number of the reindeer population, because the herd used to only be located on the north end of the island, but about 16 years ago, due to a volcano eruption, it pushed them down south, so onto corporation lands. With the sheer number, yeah, like Josh said, there are over 5,000. They're just overgrazing, from what I can see, and overeating. And they are trampling our historical landmarks and private property owned by the residents there and causing environmental damage for the children who look to inherit the land when it gets passed down. I urge designating Proposal 8 with the no bag limit so we can be able to harvest them and the meat and stuff, and have a help produce a economic part too for the village. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Hey, Vincent, thanks so much for that testimony, and thanks for traveling all this way. Do any board members have any questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Vincent, for your testimony. Just a couple logistical questions. So if you fly into your village, how do you get to Anchorage? You end up flying like to Falls Pass or Coal Bay, or what's the route you got to take, and about how much does that cost?
You can get a direct flight from Anchorage to Dutch Harbor on Alaska.
Yep.
And a round trip ticket on Aleutian Airways is about $2,000. And then you're looking at flying on a smaller plane with Grant Aviation from Dutch Harbor to Nikolsky, which is about an hour flight. And a round trip ticket with them, I believe, is about $390, I believe.
Okay. So if you had your options, or maybe whatever works best, there's a couple options to get these animals available for you folks to be able to hunt them. One was to put seasons of bag limits on them. The other was to reclassify them as deleterious wildlife and not have any. Have a preference on which way we go with that, or does it matter?
Sorry. The no bag limit on it would be good. Where I'm thinking about it on.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
So have you tried to work with the corporations and the previous people that have claimed these animals to get access to them? Or has that largely just not resulted in a futile effort, and you're just looking now for other efforts to get access to these animals?
Our corporation there has reached out to the other corporations that have laid claim to them, but they have never replied back. And over the years of can we, even though they're on our land now, are we able to go and harvest them for ourselves? And they have never reached out back to us.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony there. Why do you guys how did you guys come up with no bag limit, or why do you prefer no bag limit over something else?
The sheer amount of the herd, it's, the numbers on our land that is causing erosion problems and all that, because, yeah, that's all I could figure is try to help knock down the herd to help lighten the load on erosion and everything in the trampling of the tundra and out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up. So if this was passed as the way you would want it, how many do you guys think you guys would harvest in the first year? And what could you handle?
Few hundred, probably, thereabouts, just to try and see and get it going. And it'd be a working process down the road.
Any other questions? If not, Vincent, thanks a whole bunch. It's traveling all this way, testifying. Oh, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Vincent, can you talk a little bit more about the economic opportunities you guys are looking for out there?
Yeah, if we were able to be able to sell hunts or something, the corporation side, and then be able to, locally try to keep it in the village instead of hiring out, because in the village and life out there, it's hard for job-wise, because a lot of us who do live there and work, we do have to travel out of the village to help support the family. So our families, we would like to try and stay home if we can.
Thank you, sir, and thank you both for being here.
Yep, thanks a bunch. Really appreciate your testimony. Thanks for coming here and testifying. It's important to hear from people from your neck of the woods, speaking to, a topic that they have intimate knowledge of. So thanks a bunch. Yeah, sure.
So can you just talk a little bit more about, so these animals have come onto your corporate land and some of the damage that you think is being caused to the landscape on your corporate lands? Can you give us a little bit more details on that?
Going out and, driving through on our land there to go, different locations where we can access with the four-wheelers and all that, to go like camping or just hanging out. And you can look at the hillsides and see where there used to be vegetation and everything. And then with the way the reindeer are, and like in the winter times when we do get some snow, they dig down and eat up the roots what they can, and then that's the vegetation doesn't have a chance to grow back the next season because of the sheer amount. They're just digging straight down and eating up all the roots.
Thanks, Vincent. We'll call our next testifier here, Sterling Spilnick. Okay, we got a first call for Sterling Spilnick. Neelan Taylor.
Hello, I'm Neelan Taylor. I'm here testifying for myself, and I'm testifying in support of proposals 81 and 82. I arrived in Alaska 50 years ago, and Anchorage has been my home ever since. I hike, ski, mountaineer, camp in units 14A, 14B, and 16A, and have been doing so for many years and continue to do so. I am proud to call myself an environmentalist, and I've been participating as an activist in wildlife policy debates since the 1990s. I think of myself as a voice for wildlife and for non-consumptive users, and I am a member of the Anchorage Advisory Committee. I've submitted 9 pages of written comments addressing many of the proposals before you at this meeting. I hope you'll take a look at them, but today I address only 2, which are Proposals 81 and 82. Proposal 82 would provide for 50-yard setbacks for specific traps along specific trails in Units 14A and 14B. The proposal contains a compromise list of trails agreed to by stakeholders, including both trappers and non-trappers, at a department-facilitated meeting held in February 2022. I attended that meeting as a stakeholder. I compromised and agreed to a very short list. I gave up a lot at that meeting, and then the full board rejected the compromise, and that came as a shock. Valdez's municipal ordinance providing for setbacks and limited closed areas was upheld by the Supreme Court in May of this year. I participated in that Supreme Court litigation, filing on behalf of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance an amicus brief. I also participated as a volunteer lobbyist before the Anchorage Assembly when the Anchorage Assembly passed a municipal ordinance providing for safe trails. Have been on kind of a crusade for many, many years, going back to the year 2000, on a crusade for safe trails where dogs won't get trapped. The court's decision this spring makes it very clear that municipal governments have the authority to provide for safe trails and safe trailheads with limited setbacks of 50 yards or thereabouts. And I hope that you will support this compromise that we all reached, and that's in Proposal 82. I submitted Proposal 81. If you approve it, trappers would be required to check their traps every 36 hours in a very limited area within 14A, only in that limited area. Specifically, this 36-hour trap check requirement would apply only to areas within 2 miles of publicly maintained roads that are plowed in the winter. Trapping can be cruel. The principal problem is that some trapped animals do not die quickly, but instead are left for days or weeks to die of starvation or exposure. I would be committing a crime if I were to leave my pet dog or pet cat out in my backyard, tied up without food or water for days or weeks in order to die slowly. And if caught and prosecuted, I would rightly be sentenced to jail time. Because as a society, we find that such conduct is morally wrong. There's no difference between treating a domestic animal that way and treating a wild animal that way. The science is clear on that. There's no difference. Trap identification tags would be needed, as law enforcement notes in its comments. But you will have before you at your March meeting Proposal 131, which I provided, which provides for confidential ID tags on traps. Law enforcement strongly endorsed ID tags on traps in 2022, and I assume that law enforcement will do so again. This time, the proposal which I made, that's 131, contains a very practical way to keep the names of trappers confidential, but available to law enforcement. You could amend it and do that just for Unit 14A for this very, very limited proposal, 81. And I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Neelan, thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have any, Member Loring?
Neelan, thanks for your testimony. I appreciate your years of interacting with the Board of Game and and what you have to say. We appreciate that. On the Supreme Court decision, I listened to the gavel to gavel, but I don't recall, does a larger governmental body such as the boroughs, if they were, can they do the same thing as the city of Valdez did? I mean, is it just a city, or does it go as far as the borough? I mean,
It's my legal opinion that they do, and I've written a lengthy, not too lengthy, decision or opinion letter, made it available to the public. I'm not sure that Ms. Brooking would agree with that, but at any rate, that's my opinion, and I think it's a valid opinion, that second-class boroughs do have that authority.
okay. Because I know some of the boroughs are fairly large in how many acres, how many square miles that they occupy. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nealon. Good seeing you again. My question is, as a trapper, how would I prove that I visited a set once every 36 hours? If somebody asked me and said, when was the last time you were at this set, you know, wildlife trooper, or somebody wants to challenge when I've been there or not been there?
Well, I think if you were to be cited, the wildlife trooper would have to basically be out there and notice that you did not come back within 36 hours. But basically, you know, my view is that most trappers obey the rules, and that if you make a rule, they'll follow it. You know, that's my view, that you guys actually, most of you obey the law, and follow the regulations. So that's why we need the regulation.
Just one follow-up. I noticed in your proposal, towards the end, when it was asked if you brought it before an AC, you made the comment in there that the Anchorage AC doesn't submit proposals to the board. Is that a typo, or did I misread that?
Well, we had a meeting just a couple of days ago, and I was reprimanded for saying that in the proposal.
Oh.
So I was just filling out the form that you have there. And incidentally, the Anchorage AC endorsed both Proposal 82 and 81. 81, the vote was 9-1 in favor of it. Mm-hmm. And 82, it was unanimous.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? If not, Nealon, thanks a whole bunch for showing up and testifying. You're here day in, day out, and you do a lot of work outside of this process too. So thanks for testifying, and thanks for showing up.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to call Tony Kavanaugh next.
Hello, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board, department staff. Glad to see you all again. Anyway, first of all, before we get started, thanks so much, all of you, for your service. I know lots of times you guys don't get recognized for that, but knowing what you go through over the years and the time you commit and everything, I do appreciate it, as do, I'm sure, many members of the public as well. Thank you for your service. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. For the record, my name is Tony Kavanaugh. I retired from the Division of Wildlife Conservation a little over 2 years ago as Assistant Director. Sometime previous to that, I was the area biologist for the Palmer area. Currently, I'm not employed, but I do serve on the board of the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation. And for the record, I'm speaking on my personal behalf today in support of Proposal 73, and not on behalf of the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation. Anyway, I'm here to testify in support of the proposal, as well as to provide some comments relative to Proposal 54. Earlier this year, other sheep hunters had approached me about the NE-RAM regulation and how it had played out over the last decade or so, and what the results of that were, and why it had been removed from 14A, and then again it's up for consideration again in 13D. And after this discussion, I was hoping to have a chance to talk to you guys about these proposals, as well as hope you would reconsider this unique and what I believe is a very popular and, of course, unique sheep hunting opportunity for Alaska. Some things I'd like you to consider regarding these proposals. The any ram bag limit for drawing hunts in 14A and 13D have been very popular with resident hunters. In fact, 14A has been second only to the Delta Controlled Use Area in terms of numbers of applicants. Recently, when it went back to full curl, which is this last cycle, the number of applicants went in half. So that should be pretty demonstrative of the interest in this particular type of hunt. Regulated draw hunts for any ram can be successfully managed by adjusting permit levels based on survey and harvest information. This has been shown in not just Alaska, but other jurisdictions. Game management units 14A and 13D were the only units in the state to provide this limited and highly sought after sheep hunting opportunity. Relative to the rest of the sheep hunting opportunity around the state, it was pretty small by comparison, yet very, very highly sought after and very high demand for those. Back to my other point, other jurisdictions, and I've used examples, states such as Idaho and Nevada have successfully managed most of their sheep draw hunts with any ram bag limits for decades. In fact, Nevada is going on the 33rd year of an any ram hunt, and they've actually seen in 33 years an increase in the average age and size of rams harvested. That being said, I recognize, as you do you, that many other jurisdictions, the sheep hunting opportunity is very, very limited. It's almost all by drawing hunts, if not entirely, and those are, for all intents and purposes, once-in-a-lifetime permits. That, I believe, affects the behavior of the hunters, and that people know once they get a permit, it's a one-time shot and they're going to make it count. But you could argue, I guess, on the flip side, that in Alaska, where we have these limited draw hunts, even in the Delta or the Tok, those oftentimes end up being essentially once in a lifetime because the draws are so difficult, at least at this time. Anyway, the other thing to consider too is the anti-ram bag limit eliminates the sublegal harvest. And as of late, I know that's become an issue of some concern with some, and others I know would like to see something done about that. This is the one place where we could probably do something about that. And having an any ram bag limit, you eliminate that sublegal harvest issue. Okay, based on my experience and review of the existing situation, these are some of my conclusions. There are no conservation concerns with managing sheep hunts using an any ram bag limit. Any ram bag works if it's managed properly. The concerns regarding any ram expressed by others are essentially about the dissatisfaction at the end of the day with the numbers of permits, not so much the bag limit, but the number of permits that are issued for those any ram tags. I'm sure the department will address that in their analysis and review later this week. These any ram draw hunts have been very popular with sheep hunters based on my conversations with 14A and 13D sheep hunters, as well as wildlife biologists, wildlife troopers, and others. And that stands the test of time, in my opinion, and that's pretty obvious from the comments and some of the discussion we've already heard prior to this meeting. And finally, Alaska is a sheep hunting state. It's absolutely one of the premier sheep hunting states, not only in the nation, but in the world. And why shouldn't the department provide for a variety of opportunities to include, of course, general season hunts, drawing hunts, trophy hunts, we have archery hunts, subsistence and youth, and most of this is with full curl. We have the ability to and can successfully manage using an any ram bag limit. Again, for 1 or 2 units, I see there would be no reason why we would not want to provide that opportunity for the public. With that, I'll open up to any questions. Thank you.
Tony, thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Mr. Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tony. You referred to Nevada and Idaho on their any ram seasons. I know both of those probably looking at desert bighorn, maybe some California bighorns, and maybe some Rocky Mountain. And a lot of those sheep don't ever make full curl because they broom so heavily. And so the hunters are required to age sheep by looking at the rings before they had the any ram. So that would really benefit those guys so they wouldn't end up shooting a small sheep just trying to look at rings. So that makes a lot of sense. And in Alaska, with our doll sheep, eliminating that, is it full curl, is not full curl, regardless of age, is also probably a pretty big thing for, for resident sheep hunters not to have to worry about getting sight or have to, turn in a sheep because it was, an inch or half inch too short. But I guess what I'm saying is that The full curl management scheme that we have in place right now has always worked real well. And going to the any managing by any ram, to me, it just seems like it'd be more important for the hunter to have that option of not killing something, as maybe killing something illegal is as one of the bigger things in his mind of why it would be so popular. And is that kind of what you're trying to get across? Or am I a little bit off?
Mr. Loring, through the chair, I guess what I'm saying is the any ram strategy is an effective management regulation. It can work and it will work if managed properly. Going back in your earlier comment about Idaho and Nevada, Idaho, where I used to work, as you know, for the state there as well, they have primarily Rocky Mountain Bighorn, and they were 3/4 curl for years, and they had the same issue that we've had with full curl and that you have sublegal rams harvested. And then when they looked at an any ram harvest in some select units, found that even though it resulted in a dip in the average age of the harvest, the overall health of the population and the large ram opportunity, there was no noticeable difference. And so they continued that and eventually expanded it to the whole state. And it's been an effective tool without having the issue of sublegal harvest. Now, other states, other jurisdictions do manage on age and or size. There are some states like Colorado have some units that are managed at half curl, which is just a way of kind of putting a bottom, if you will, on what size of ram you can kill or take. But the bottom line is that the strategy does work and it can work. And back in the day when Becky Schwanke and I threw this on the table when they were going to drawing hunts in the Chugach, we both had different perspectives on why we were doing that. But my thought was, why not have 1 or 2 units in the state where we can have this opportunity because it's doable, and have it as an alternative to full curl in the TMA or the DCUA or other areas in the state. It provides some additional opportunity in terms of the variety that we have, since we are a large state and we have a lot of sheep. And because there's no biological concern with managing in that way. So
I had a follow-up, but I'll go ahead and let Commissioner Lang, Menton Lang.
So, Tony, what I hear you say is that we should be tailoring our management to each GMU unit across the state. You're thinking in this case, the GMUs you're talking about, we can have something less than full curl management. You're not suggesting 7th, 8th, or some, but you're suggesting just kind of getting rid of full curl management and managing it. So would you see having tailored management across the state for each GMU based on growth statistics for that herd? Or would you know, right now we're consistently managing for a full curl across the state. Would you have differential regulations by region or by GMU or what moving forward?
I would not support that, and I would not be in favor of that, no. My intention here, and back in the day when we originally proposed this, was to have 1 or 2 places where you could do this as an option to hunting, say, fur curl in another draw unit or full curl general harvest. You cannot do this in a general harvest hunt. It's already done to some extent in subsistence. And obviously with youth hunts and archery hunts, there's different bag limit restrictions based on the hunt and the location and other circumstances. All I was suggesting that we should or could have 1 or 2 units where this is an opportunity, a variety, if you will. If the state opted not to do that, I'm not saying it would be a bad thing. We can certainly do by full curl, and we've done it for years very successfully. There's nothing wrong with that. But any ram can work and will work if we choose to do that and put the effort in to manage for those select units only that we decide to do that. That's all.
Sure. So how would you select those units that you would do that on? Would there be an expectation for the department then to more closely monitor that population? Because at full curl, we don't have, we're assuming that we have enough sheep to basically reproduce, but now we're starting to take any animal off the landscape. How would we assure that we are maintaining population health by going down to any ram? Would we have to increase our assessment programs and other things across the state as to where these are, if we did in these areas?
Again, going back to 13D and 14A specifically, both of those units were probably surveyed as much as any of the sheep units across the state, with some probably Delta and the Toka, were getting annual surveys. But the point was, those areas were close enough to the area offices, they were manageable. And since they're already surveyed on a regular basis, and the managers there have a pretty good handle on the number of not only full curl rams, but sublegal rams in those populations. And if they have that information, and they're tracking that harvest very carefully, they can adjust those permit levels up or down as time goes. And as far as I can tell, and my understanding from my conversations with the department, they've been pretty effective at that for basically over a decade now. I've been doing just that, so.
Sure.
Have you considered something other than just any ram, basically going down to like 3/4 curl or something as a safeguard to ensure that there's at least some, harvestable surplus of rams out there, other than if we miss 1 or 2 years of surveys, I'm a little bit worried that we could end up over-harvesting that population and take years to recover it. So have you thought of anything other than any ram versus 7/8 or 3/4 curl?
That's certainly a viable option. As I pointed out, Colorado already does that in some of their units for that very reason. And so that's certainly an option. It's just have a different minimum size. The bottom line is creating a scenario where which, by the way, these hunts are very popular with neophyte, new hunters, brand new sheep hunters, and they are obviously concerned or worried about being out on the mountain and being able to judge whether or not that's a legal ram when the rams are very close to full curl. So having a lower minimum would reduce some of the stress, which I hear from, and I'm sure others have heard in the department, from the hunters that are out there trying to evaluate a legal ram on the hill. And so reducing that would be an effective way to address some of that issue and hopefully reduce sublegal harvest and then provide that quality opportunity for the new sheep hunters. So.
Thank you.
Tony, thanks for that testimony. I talked to a lot of sheep hunters, hunters in general, that lament the loss of that any ram hunt, at Meadow Creek and Grasshopper and stuff like that. And I plan on asking the department this. Do you know how many years that was in place before we changed it to full curl?
I believe was 08 to, was it 22? So 14 years, 12 years or 14 years, I'm not sure.
Thanks for your testimony. Any more questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Tony. Good seeing you again. I'm just thinking at it from a permit, like you've mentioned that, there's new hunters, inexperienced hunters, sheep hunters, people have difficulty maybe judging full curl. But the number of permits that would be available typically would really be insignificant to the sheep hunters that are avid out there. So it's such a small population of people that would get to potentially, be able to harvest something and not expect to get a full curl. Is that a valid concern then, to, provide this opportunity for such a small percentage of sheep hunters?
Member Barrett, through the chair, it may be. I would encourage you to review the department's analysis and review of this proposal. They did a very good discussion talking about the average age of harvest, the largest rams being harvested, and the percent success rate for both before it went to any ram when it was full curl and then after it went to full curl. And you could even compare some of those stats with what's been found in other general harvest units or other draw units like the TMA or the Delta. And my sense is that there's going to be an effect, but I think it's nominal and it's a small enough effect that the trade-off is we provide that additional opportunity. And I would contend, though it's never been scientifically tested, that you more naturally mimic the wild harvest by allowing an any ram harvest, because larger rams are still harvested, and people prefer to shoot larger rams. But a younger ram will obviously get harvested on occasion, and sometimes more often than maybe we would like. And that's not too unlike what probably happens in nature when it selects against so many sheep from each age class are subject to dying of disease or predation or accidents or whatever. So I don't know that that's true or not, and I don't know that that's totally accurate. It's never been tested, but I would argue that if you're taking sheep out of different age classes other than just the oldest ones, that's probably closer to a natural state than just a traditional harvest. That being said, remember that sheep harvest, we're talking 2% or less of the population. It's nominal. It really doesn't have an effect on the population survival.
All right, thank you. Thank you again, Tony.
Thanks.
Any more questions from anybody? Hearing none, Tony, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony. Thanks for showing up here.
Thank you.
I'm going to call Gabrielle Davis, please.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, the board. Gabriel Davis. I live in Dillingham. I'm a guide out there. I'm on the advisory committee, but I'm speaking for myself today. Wanted to talk on proposal 25 and 26. 17A moose harvests in the Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. I wanted to have the non-resident draw only permits, because all non-residents have to draw a permit in 17A, increased from 20 to a number lower than 50, which is in the management plan for that area already. Since 2014, the average harvest of non-resident hunters in all of 17A is 5 total. So out of those 20 hunters, according to sources at Fish and Game, there's typically between 12 and 17 hunters that actually hunt and 5 moose that get taken. So it's a pretty low number. In terms of the management objective on the lower end, it's been between 800 and 1,200 on the lower end in the last, looks like 9 years, and between 1,200 and 1,700 on the upper end of the management objective. And in that same time period, the moose have never been lower than a couple hundred moose above the upper management objective. So the population is really good. And on top of that, the registration permit, the draw permit for 17A for non-residents specifies that they can't be flown into areas that are essentially boat accessible from the native villages of Togiak and Twin Hills. So the Togiak River, the main drainages that flow into the Togiak, the Ungavainik, the Pungapuk, and so on. There's the Upper Togiak. There's a number of drainages that flow into Togiak that are boat accessible. So if we did have those numbers increased for non-residents, the impact on local resident hunting would be minimal. And proposal 26 and 25, sort of, as they talked about in the advisory committee, could sort of be put together. The other thing that is limiting in that area for non-residents is the days. So the whole season's only 11 days. And for, areas that have similar moose densities and low numbers of pressure from non-residents, typically the seasons are a lot longer. And the season for residents, I believe, is August 25th to September 20th or 25th. I think. So the other proposal was to move the season from September 1st to the 20th, which would allow for sort of the same amount of permits, but just spread over, 20 permits in the first half of the season, first 10 days, and 20 permits in the second half of the larger season. That's pretty much. And then I wanted to make one comment on the intensive management bear program in 17A. In the last 2 years, they've killed 180 bears out of a pretty small area in 17A. I guide in that area, unfortunately. We've seen the bear numbers come down quite a bit, and my sort of issue with the program is not that it exists, but that there's very little scientific data or research or studies or whatever, surveys, to back up any of the continued killing of the bears from the helicopter. I've asked everybody I can ask, and there's no data that suggests anyone knows the bear density, the bear numbers for that area. And I think it's a reasonable argument that the predator control program needs to cull some bears, but I think after killing 180 bears, at a certain point, there should be some data suggesting that it needs to continue. I think they way over. Originally, they were talking about getting 30 bears. The first season, they got 100. Second season, they got 80. So it's just my opinion that if they're going to continue to do it, I'm not one of these people who's just black or white, like end the program for my own personal gain, but I think there should be some data on the Fish and Game side to back up continuing to kill that many bears. That's my other comment.
Hey, thanks a bunch for that testimony. Anybody have any questions from board members? Hearing none, I appreciated that conversation we had back there on a break. You're really clear about your testimony, and thanks a bunch for coming all this way.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jake Lampenhauer.
Hello, for the record, my name is Jake Lamphere.
Thanks for that. Thanks for not laughing at me too much.
It happens all the time. So for the record, my name is Jake Lamphere. I am testifying in support of Proposal 9. It's one of many proposals regarding the lengthening of the brown bear season in Unit 9, specifically Units D and E of Unit 9, the subunits. This proposal is essentially to make these brown bear seasons to mirror the seasons that are in Unit 9A and Unit 9C. The lengthening of those seasons in the even years, May 10th to May 31st, and the odd years from October 1st through October 21st. First and foremost, for the record, I will say I am a guide that will be going down there in October of this year for my first season. This proposal was submitted by a business partner of mine, and I have yet to go down there and guide. So these comments are based off of my own independent research, as well as my own personal feelings thinking over this proposal. Ultimately, this is not to increase the harvest in the area. It's about safety and more of a working relationship between the locals, the pilots, and overall safety of those involved. Under the current compressed season, in the norm of a 10-day hunt in that area, that compression of the season adds a lot of competition amongst the residents and locals of the area for air travel, because you have such an influx, not only from the hunting guides during that season, but also you have commercial fishermen in the area. And in such a remote part of the state, when we're dealing with that compressed season, trying to get multiple different user groups in and out of the communities or the field in those areas, those of us that are around airplanes and whatnot in the state, we understand that weather controls things, and when pilots make poor decisions and push the weather, that's when accidents happen. And the more we can avoid those accidents, it's better for all users involved. Some of those negative impacts that are created by that short season, like I said, is not only from the airfare and safety as far as people being pushed in and out of the field, but also an economic impact on locals. 7 more days in the season creates more economic opportunities for the residents and locals of those areas that might be housing hunters, pilots that live in the area, so on and so forth. And, another thing as well, with the lengthening of the season, we are hoping that it would lessen the resident guide conflict. That's obviously a hot subject in the state, and by lengthening the season, the overlap between those hunts has essentially gone away. Through a 15-day season and a 10-day hunt, you have to recycle. You can't necessarily recycle your guide. So you have to bring in double the guides, double the flights, well, maybe even double the camps to support your operation. Well, more commercial camps potentially can mean less opportunity for residents that want to hunt in those areas as well. Some of the benefits that I feel would result from a lengthening of this season in Unit 9, like I said, to start increasing the safety of flights, and also ultimately leading to hopefully a higher trophy quality of animals. A longer season with more time spent in the field to adjust for weather gives guides and hunters, residents or non-residents alike, more opportunity to really target the mature, big boars that should be taken during those hunts. Another consideration as well is that the longer season provides more of an opportunity for guides to mentor on-the-job packers and assistant guides that will eventually fall into a role of a full guide during the season. And the more opportunities, especially in a very much trophy managed area, that we can have more training for these guides and packers that may be coming up through the ranks, can lead to more mature harvest in the future and overall better conservation of the species. And another addition to end here is that the lengthening of that spring season as well, closer to June, by ending in May 31st. Hopefully we would see more boar-sow interactions while you're out in the field, again leading to a higher boar take by the hunters, which I believe leads to essentially more of our conservation goal. At this time, that is all I have.
Jake, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jake, for your information. Made a lot of good points that I appreciate. And you talked quite a bit about weather and you know, being a pilot and aircraft and stuff. And I've had a lot of comments in the past over the years about that last 6 days of the fall season, with weather being a big issue. That you know, from the 15th to the 21st. So, you have any thoughts about that as far as how much hunting pressure would actually be happening? You know, in those years that weather, it plays a major part in that last part of that season.
Yeah, correct. So in the fall, with the lengthening of the season, it would happen on the front end, August, as the proposal states. Proposal 9 states that the addition of that season starts on the front end from the 1st of October. So ultimately, leading away from that very volatile time of the year, as we get closer into winter and late fall, you know, the weather down there becomes much more volatile. Although I do agree that the further you fall into the fall, regardless of where you're at in Alaska, the weather for aviation becomes much more unpredictable. And, you know, we see increases in incidents because of that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misread that. I thought that we're going to go from the 15th to the 21st was your proposal, but you're on the front end of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that makes sense. And with a later season in the spring, I know as it warms up, the quality of the hides get worse as far as rubbing goes, and you see that to be an issue as far as hide quality for non-resident hunters that are, you know, taking large brown bears in Unit 9.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, you know, most of my brown bear experience happens in Unit 16 and then, you know, over in 19. And I do a significant amount of brown bear baiting in 16. And again, I can say that I am ignorant to the hide quality down in that part of the state in that year, because I didn't speak to enough people about that as far as during my research in preparation for this proposal. So unfortunately, I don't have much useful comment on that.
Thank you. Thank you for your information. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Jake. You know, if there seems to be more demand for transporters and people to be able to bring people in and out of the field, you know, people in business of flying haven't tried to capitalize on that?
You know, as a as a pilot and a registered guide, and I'm new to the industry, 6-7 years. The amount of overhead, I guess, and regulations and requirements to open up said businesses to provide that, I would imagine, is probably more of a hurdle than lengthening of the season. So I guess in an effort to try and reduce those incidents, the lengthening of the season through this process, I think the barrier to entry is a lot lower than opening up additional air carriers, whether that's under 135 or 121. You know, obviously there's a lot higher financial cost of entry into those things rather than trying to mitigate that safety, not only for the non-residents, but also, you know, the residents that live out there that need to get into town for whether that's urgent medical care, supplies, what have you. So that's why I think this approach essentially easier maybe to solve the problem.
And just to follow up on it, and then the reverse of that kind of, if safety is a super good concern of everybody out there, has the guide industry, shortened their hunts by a day or so they wouldn't have such the conflict or the cumbersome of, coordinating flights in and out and not having competition with other users?
Can you clarify your question? I'm sorry.
What I was asking, in your proposal, it talks a lot about conflict and overlap.
Yes.
And I was wondering if the guide industry potentially, if that was a big concern in the meantime, before they could get to the board, and the board may or may not accept a proposal, that you potentially shorten the hunt by one day to alleviate some of the difficulties of, in and out of the field.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that is probably going to be a lot dependent on each outfitter and the way they run their business and the clients they have in the field. From my personal experience, it's sometimes better to stay longer. I'd rather stay, if I was a client, I would rather stay in the field longer for the hunt than come out early. But I guess that would probably a lot be case by case, the pilots. I think that's kind of a dynamic situation based on the operator.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Jake.
Any other questions? If not, Jake, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony. And I'll call Logan Kloss up here, please.
Hello. My name is Logan Claus, and I'm testifying today in opposition to proposals 51 and 52. The proposals affecting Unit 11, specifically the McCall Ridge Mountain. My family owns and operates the lodge that is targeted in these proposals. The first time I came to the base of McCall Ridge was when I was 2 days old. I was homeschooled all 12 years there, went on my first sheep hunt at 4 years old on that mountain, met my husband at the base of that mountain, and together we now manage my family business. All of this is to say that I'm incredibly proud of the family legacy of integrity and responsible game management that has been present on McCall Ridge going all the way back to my great-grandfather. Our family self-regulates the amount of sheep hunters we take every year based off of the knowledge that we have of the population from living on this exact mountain. We have the legal right within our concessions to take 30 hunters on McCall Ridge alone, though we choose to only take 1 or 2 sheep from here a year. Ultimately, only takes 8 to 10 sheep hunters across our 3 consecutive concessions. Since our family has made our livelihood from guiding for 4 generations, we make it our business to have an intimate knowledge of the sheep populations in our area. And we have not witnessed a decline that warrants further management, but more importantly, Alaska Department of Fish and Game has not found a biological concern to be evident within the sheep population on McCall Ridge. As others have stated in the written comments, and I'm sure more will state after me, the greatest human threat that I can see for the future of sheep on McCall Ridge would be to pass these proposals and highlight a shiny new exclusive resident-only sheep area. As a pilot and sheep hunter myself, I can fully empathize with this reaction. It sounds like a special opportunity at first glance, but I believe ultimately it would be bad for the sheep. I would like to emphasize that there is nothing currently stopping residents from hunting McCall Ridge to the best of their own abilities and skill sets. It's already an open game management unit or area with no draws or anything. Ultimately has never restricted access nor intentionally interfered with any resident hunt. It's more accurate to say that we have assisted many residents that have gotten themselves in sticky situations, most often airplane-related situations, and we will continue to be there to help anybody who needs it. Secondly, the direct targeting of a single mountain within a game management unit simply because there is a lodge there would set a precedent that could affect the entire state. Do we need to be hearing testimony from every drainage, valley, and hill that has a hunting lodge nearby? Finally, these proposals seek to protect a resource for the sole use of Alaskan residents. It implies a villain figure non-resident hunter stealing resources from Alaskans. What it fails to convey is the resources left in the state of Alaska by these non-residents. These economic resources are how my Alaska resident family has made our living for 4 generations. Not to mention the numerous Alaskan resident guides, packers, pilots, and lodge staff that our lodge employs. Money that comes in from out of state and stays within Alaska. Money that funds other resident-owned businesses, but most importantly helps fund the Department of Fish and Game and the National Park Service. The economic impact of this proposal would negatively affect a wide range of Alaskan residents and resident-owned businesses. I really appreciate the board's time and diligence in hearing all of these testimonies. Thank you. That's all that I have.
Logan, thanks so much for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Mr. Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Logan, for your testimony. Appreciate it. Is McCall Ridge, is it on, what kind of land status is that? Is that preserve or is it state land or?
It's preserve. It's operated within the Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve, and we operate 3 consecutive guide use areas that encompass 2 of them are part of McCall Ridge.
Okay, so your concessions with the Park Service then?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have an idea about resident hunter use? Have maybe a guess on how many resident hunters actually hunt that McCall? I know it's a pretty large, it's a kind of a long ridge. It's not just a small thing.
It is pretty large. I honestly don't know the extent of how many residents are out there. I do know that it is the closest to be accessed, which is part of why I believe that it is being targeted. It's the first preserve area that you come to when you're on the Chittenden River that sheep are on. So there are jet boat users that frequent it, as well as people with airplanes. And yeah, so I don't know. I think ADF&G would be better able to answer that.
So that was my next question, and you kind of answered it with jet boat access, jet boat and aircraft. And
Absolutely.
Do you ever use like pack animals or anything else like that, or just pretty much?
No, it's much too rugged to bring in any sort of like horses or anything like that. We used to run horses out of my family's operation about 30 years ago, but it's too rugged of terrain. Generally speaking, we see 3 or 4 jet boats parked during the length of the sheep season that we see. You know, we try to keep a good berth to not affect resident hunters, but that's what we see.
Okay, well, thank you for that background. Appreciate it.
Any other further questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Logan, for coming up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've hunted McCall Ridge several years in a row for goats because my pilot wouldn't fly me in during sheep season. But I see in a proposal that someone had stated that it's low sheep numbers in there, and oh man, I mean the last couple times that I was in there, I seen just about the opposite. And then when I would fly around and look at how rugged McCall Ridge is to start with, there was a lot of sheep that are inaccessible just because of the terrain. And so I was wondering if this proposal may have been coming from because you have easier access on your lodge and buildings down there versus, you know, being in the middle somewhere off the Chittenden River and trying to access in.
No, so we don't do any, or very, very rarely do we hunt directly out of our lodge. We are all airplane based. And yeah, to your point, I think that McCall Ridge is being targeted because it is an easy access point. It's pretty much the only area that might have some more medium friendly bush flying landing locations. I wouldn't recommend to anyone. But yeah, I think that there is a certain amount of access that we have, but I would consider that we have that access because we have a family of very capable pilots more than the actual location of our lodge.
Thanks. Any other questions from board members? I have a question for if I don't see any. You know, you guys are up there. You're guiding. I know you've had interactions in the past with resident hunters. You said yourself, you know, helping them out. When you're in the field and you're hunting, do you have a lot of negative, you know, interactions with resident hunters up there hunting?
Yes, we have very many negative interactions with resident hunters. We've had experiences with resident hunters shooting over our clients and guides to get another animal that they knew that our guide was on a stalk for, and shooting from such a far distance that there was no way that they could successfully harvest that animal, and our guide and client had to finish the animal for them so that it wouldn't run off of a cliff. We've had people lying to us when we come across them in the field, saying that, you know, their airplane that's parked down there isn't theirs. We've had, you know, people, we've had a lot of different interactions, and then oftentimes they end up in a situation where we have to bail them out with the airplane.
Thanks, Logan. Any other questions from board members? If not, oh, yeah, Member Loring.
Thank you. Logan, with, in your experience, are most of the sheep taken in the first 5-10 days of the season, and then it's pretty much goes off and it's dead, or is it pretty well spread out through the whole 20-day season?
Are you speaking for our clients or for resident hunters?
Yeah, just for you folks.
No, we would not say that the opener is the heaviest hitter. We take 4 separate. Generally speaking, sometimes our schedule is a little bit different, but we usually take 4 separate sessions, I guess we call them. And I wouldn't say that there is a difference between the different sessions that we sell.
And do you have an opinion on the residents? Are they mostly the first part of the season?
Oh, they're only there for opener.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, not only, but they're mainly there for opener. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, Logan, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
I'm going to call Jay Stanford up.
Hello, everyone, and for the record, my name is Jay Stanford. Hello, and thank you for your time and allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Jay Stanford. I'm a lifelong Alaska resident, registered guide, and commercial fisherman. I'm here to oppose proposals 51 and 52. I believe that these proposals would actually hurt the sheep population on McCall Ridge and set negative precedents across the state. These proposals seek to increase a resident opportunity in an area that already has unlimited resident opportunity. Creating a resident-only management area with a general open area would highlight McCall Ridge and draw people to flock there, thinking that they have a better opportunity now. This would create an overcrowding, negatively both affecting the sheep and the sheep hunters. This would also set precedents in the future to turn any specific ridge, mountain, stream, hillside, lake, etc. into their own management area. Secondly, these proposals target a specific operation, Ultima Thule Outfitters. Ultima Thule is a family-owned and operated lodge that has been in the base of McCall Ridge since the 1960s. It's in its 4th generation, and I am part of that now by marriage. I began my guiding career at Ultima Thule in 2013, and along with my wife, who you just heard from, we manage the hunting side of things for the lodge. We operate under 3 exclusive National Park Service guide concessions. Since we're the only licensed commercially operated operation on McCall Ridge, eliminating non-resident sheep hunters would directly affect us. We know firsthand the sheep population on McCall Ridge and already self-regulate the number of hunters we take, always taking far less than the National Park Service concession allows. The writer of this proposal states that McCall Ridge has a small, isolated population of sheep. This is false. Those sheep can freely move up and down the upper Chittenden River Valley, and I have personally watched them do so. We have been operating there for a long time, and a healthy sheep population is our main concern. If these proposals pass, I believe that it would set huge precedents going forward and would negatively affect Alaska. It would suggest closing all non-resident hunting if there's a lodge within close proximity of the area. This would greatly affect their other family-owned operations, and these are some of the reasons why I strongly oppose 51 and 52. And I'd like to state also that Paul and Donna Claus, the owners of Ultima Thule, have been trying to get in for these meetings for a week. They're currently at the base of McCall Ridge at the lodge, which is their year-round home, but weather has not allowed them. So unfortunately, they're not able to be here today, but they strongly oppose these proposals as well. And they're also the 2020 Wild Sheep Foundation Outfitter of the Year. So thank you. And thank you for all your guys' time and effort and all these meetings and all you do for the state. So.
Jay, thanks so much for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jay, for making it in. Just remind me again how many non-resident hunters Ultimate Thule takes out on McCall Ridge?
On McCall Ridge, we usually take 1 or 2 sheep. Sometimes it's a couple
How
more
many
than that.
hunters?
How many hunters? For sheep, so I'd say 2 to 4. But when the Park Service allows this by user, it doesn't matter what they're hunting, if it's sheep, if it's black bear, if it's sheep, goat, black bear, moose, anything. It's a specific user base.
So ultimately, if these proposals were to pass, it would affect 2 to 4 non-residents?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, you had very good testimony. It's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dan Dunaway, please.
Thank you for having the chance to speak here. I'm Dan Dunaway, lifelong Alaskan, 36-year resident of Dillingham. I am a member of the Nushagak AC, but we have a different guys going to be speaking for the AC. I'm not speaking for them, just for myself. I'm also the vice chair of the Bristol Bay Federal Subsistence RAC, but I'm, again, not speaking for them either, just myself. First off, I want to speak to my own proposal, number 32, regarding year-round season for brown bear in Unit 17. This grew out of some conversations I had with our biologist there in Dillingham, and their concerns for bears being shot and not reported. The DLP, Defense of Life and Property process, for a lot of bush residents, in my over 36 years in the bush, it caused them a lot of anxiety, and it's an onerous process. They're concerned that do they justify shooting it, and will they be really grilled on it? And then some of the reporting process. A lot of folks aren't paperwork people out there. Sometimes they're very busy with subsistence fishing or commercial fishing. And it seemed like if we went year-round and people could shoot the bear, be less worried at will within the season and within the bag limits, that there'd be a little more motivation to report it. And that would give a little more complete biological information to the department. With these questions in the intensive management area, it would be nice for them to have more complete. It might not be total, but if it's less onerous and they're more easily reported, that's my whole goal in that proposal. I've even heard, like last summer, I was in a store and somebody was talking loud somewhere in an aisle and said, well, yeah, I've already shot 4 bears this summer. And I bet none of those were reported. And I think it would maybe just make it easier for them and help the department. Also, I would like to say I strongly support the intensive management brown bear and wolf removal program. I'm a little startled how many bears have been killed, but I think we're into the program, and like I think a few people said earlier, let it get completed with the 3rd year. I sense among residents in the whole area there's very strong support for it. I believe our AC sent a message of support, and I believe as a member of the RAC we sent a letter of support for it as well. I know a lot of folks on the east side of Bristol Bay were saying, why can't we have it over here? In fact, before I retired, I expected that a strong move from the Lake Iliamna area to demand to get rid of the trophy bear hunt. The folks were getting so fed up with the number of bears in their yards and stuff. So anyway, I strongly support that. Finally, I also
have some support for Proposal 26 Mr. Davis spoke of earlier. I'm not sure the right answer, and I think within the Nushagak AC comments, my name's alongside several comments. I draw your attention to those. I think we aren't getting the full harvest of moose in 17A. I know the Togiak Refuge is concerned for overbrowsing. I don't believe they're harvesting moose up to the ideal level. So I kind of lean to support that, but with some conditions. And I think if we left it to, from what I've heard from our biologists and the refuge biologists, they could be creative there and possibly make room for a few more non-resident harvest, and hopefully without disrupting the local harvest and so on. So those are my main comments, and I'm happy for any questions.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Any board members have any questions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Dunaway, for coming and giving us information. Well, at least we know that maybe 4 bears weren't reported, but do you think that there are quite a few more bears that are probably taken that aren't reported, that maybe they will if we have a year-round season? Or do you think it's just going to be this, or any more additional bears because there's going to be more opportunity? So I know we have 2 issues. We want to have a better reporting of bears being killed. And if the season's open year-round, that may happen. But do you think there actually will be more people targeting bears during a year-round season than is already being targeted now?
Maybe slightly. I know that bears get into the Dillingham area and you get on Facebook and there's a lot of hand-wringing over whether they can shoot it or not, and does it qualify for DLP, and then somebody else will say, well, you dummy, don't leave your garbage on your front porch, and it goes on, but so maybe, but as many bears as we got, I'm not concerned. There's some people who would like to see that bear reduction right in town. We have a lot of bears. And I've even wondered about putting a proposal to allow hunting closer to the landfill to cut down the bears. But you know, I've never gone so far as to develop a proposal. I don't think it would be to a biological concern, and if it was, I'm confident our biologists could slam the door on it.
Well, thanks. I really value your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan. Looks pretty cut and dry. I'm just curious on a few things. Where, besides Dillingham, can you get a bear sealed in Unit 17?
I don't know if there's any upriver sealers or not. It doesn't look like we have some right now. I think there's been times in the past there's other people available to seal.
Well, it seems to me that one of the justifications is people don't like to do paperwork and it's cumbersome to go through a DLP process. But how cumbersome is it to skin a bear, bring a head in, that's out, skinned out of the hide, and bring the hide into apparently one location right now within 30 days of a kill and get it sealed?
It can be pretty cumbersome, especially if you're busy, a set netter.
Right.
My sense is that that's a little more leeway than you'd have with a DLP bear. I forget what the DLP requirements are, but I think it's the shorter time period than 30 days. So that would, if you can wait 30 days, 30 days during the commercial season, you're pretty much, things could relax and you'd probably have an opportunity to go to town. So I think it'd take a little pressure off of them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Mr. Dunaway. Thanks for being here and coming all the way in. So I should have asked Mr. Davis this question. I'm looking around, and I will as well. I'm curious, you talked about providing more moose opportunity for non-residents, talked about our staff as well as the Togiak National Wildlife Refuge staff. Is there any concern that if this were to be extended or the opportunity expanded, do you think there's any concern about potentially federal subsistence board action to limit it further because of potentially perceived conflicts?
It would be possible, but it would probably be, from my knowledge and from my sitting on the federal RAC, speaking for myself again singly, it would be more of a perception than a reality. There's, because the way the rules are over there, there's a corridor along the rivers that's pretty much reserved for local residents, specifically designed to separate users and to reduce conflict. I sat through, as a secretary for the AC, man, I don't know how many hours of moose plan meetings. If Bruce Dale were here, we'd be up bleary-eyed, and sometimes tempers were very hot, but they really carefully constructed the moose plan to accommodate all users and respect all users. So I think a lot of this upland hunting, and I'm not a pilot, so I can't know, but especially given, and one of our real strong former AC members and a kind of a elder, I'll just name him, Robert Hyano, kept reminding me and others that we have a biological surplus, a concern for possible overbrowsing, and yet the local sentiment is not to accommodate a little more harvest by non-residents. And that's not only a state land over there, that's national land, and that's lands for all of America. And so when I think about it real hard, if there's this surplus of moose and some way of accommodating a little more harvest, why not?
Thank you, sir, and thanks for all the time and effort you put into a lot of this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan, for your testimony. Most of my questions were answered about your proposal 32. But since you mentioned you've been in the area for over 30 years, I was wondering if I could get your take on proposal 24, and about the Alaska Hare's proposal for it to be closed, and ask. And do you know, was there, in your opinion, were there more hares when you first moved here than versus nowadays?
I've only seen 2 in my whole time there. And I'm kind of a chicken as far as getting out on snow goes compared to the real guys locally. So I haven't seen very many. Some of our RAC members, lifelong residents, I'll name him Richard Wilson out of Naknek, speaks of seeing many hares over in the Naknek, possibly the Kokanock area. One of the few I saw was on the north side of Lake Iliamna. It's like late at night, and I was wondering if I was seeing things. This thing was just like magnum rabbit out there in the middle of the tundra with nothing to judge size on. But I have other people that I know of that lived a lot longer speak of their seeing, large groups, and they're, specifically hunting and targeting them, and that they're pretty sparse now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to take a couple more testifiers here before we go on a break, but I just wanted to say, hey, I encourage all you guys to get your blue card in and sign up to testify. Sometimes it isn't always best wait until last. So, Tracy Vrim. And I see you're on here for your Bristol Bay, AC, and yourself. Are you going to, which one testimony you're going to be doing first?
I could do myself first.
Okay, great.
All right, let me get to my notes. My name's Tracy Vrem. I'm a master guide number 96. I'm born and raised in Alaska. I've been going down to the Alaska Peninsula since 1974. I started guided in 1978 and became a registered guide in 1982, 83 actually. So I'm here for proposal 17 to lengthen the brown bear season in Unit 9E back to 21 days in the fall and 22 days in the spring. Prior to the collapse of the caribou season, it was a 15-day season in the fall and 16 in the spring. And then when they closed caribou in 1998, we got the season lengthened to 21 days in the fall and 22 in the spring to help the caribou population from bear predation. We witness a lot of bear predation on calves, caribou calves, and moose calves in the spring when we're out there guiding in the field. And so a number of reasons that I think the season could be expanded. Probably first and foremost is that most of the best bear habitat on the Alaska Peninsula in Unit 9E is on federal ground. And on our federal concessions, we're only issued a finite amount of hunters that we can take. And so by increasing the length of the season, us as guides, we're not going to be able to take more bears or more bear hunters than we can with whether it be a 5-day season or a 21-day season. So I would like to see it extended. It makes it easier to deal with the weather, the safety concerns. If the season opens on the 1st of October, it just gives us more time to operate 2 10-day hunts as opposed to overlapping hunts in the middle. The weather can be horrible on October 1st or October 21st. Mother Nature does not care, does not have a calendar to go by. The only thing we see is just the reduced daylight as the season goes on in October. So, we're losing 4 or 5 minutes a day. So that plays a little bit into it. Sometimes the hunting can actually get a little bit better in the areas that I hunt because the silver salmon are actually late coming out of the lakes, going into the silver salmon streams later in mid to late October. So it's kind of reversed than what you would think. There is still some limited sockeye salmon that are going up in the streams for a late run of that. I think it helps the longer we're in the field, the more wolves we take. With our hunters, with more hunters in the field, a longer length of time. I never have really got this. It's under intensive management, but it seems like only for wolves. Not that I want to see bears go under intensive management, but it seems kind of counterintuitive to what it's spelling out, that we got a target on wolves, but bears eat their fair share of caribou too. And I guess that's about all I have to say on that.
Tracy, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. I'm going to start off with a question. We were talking about I guide on Kodiak and we start on October 25th, and there's a marked difference between that time frame where I'm hunting and where you hunt. And even on Kodiak, beginning of the season, a lot of the big bears, the big boars that we're targeting are nocturnal. You see them a little bit in the morning, you see them a little bit at night. Can you talk a little bit about that? And then also I have a question about your average skull size. Has your skull size been pretty consistent? Do you think you have a pretty healthy bear population?
On the first point, the nocturnalism, I see it more with I never really liked the full moon, and when you do get a clear night, it seems like maybe we don't see as many big boars during the daylight hunting time, and so that's kind of my only take on that. As far as our skull size has went up, our averages went up, and I got to hand it to the department with that Vimeo that you've had on Take Another Look at Bears. It's been very educational. I send that to our hunters to really drive home the point that, hey, we're looking for large mature bears. And it helps to have that if you have a longer season that sometime a hunter's not panicked into shooting, a smaller bear or a female bear midway through the hunt. We have time, we have lots of time, but having said that too, we really have driven home the point with the help of the Department of targeting male bears. Obviously they're bigger, but it's a tough situation being a guide. A hunter is paid a lot of money. The regs say that you can shoot any bear as long as it's not accompanied by cubs, so that's really incumbent upon us to stress that we need to kill the male bears. And We have seen the skull sizes go up, but it varies from year to year. Sometimes, you know, it's just happenstance. You kill bigger bears some falls or springs more so than other years. We have harvested some older bears. We're see a lot of war teeth. I don't get the feedback like we'd like to from the department about age, even though we're getting a tooth. It'd be nice to know about that, but we've killed some bears into their mid-20s recently.
Thanks for that. Questions from other board members? Member Brett.
Thank you. Thanks, Tracy. I'm just curious, since you brought up wolves, I'm curious in your guide operation out there, how many wolves do you take from the 1st of May to the 30th of June?
Well, for us right now, it's the 10th to the 25th. And so we average about, probably about 2 a year. And that's what we take, you know, and obviously wolf hunting, what you see and what you take is entirely two different things. But yeah, we only average just a couple of wolves, whether it be spring or fall.
I was curious about the spring because that's their denning season, that season's open, and I'm wondering if you've seen any wolves that potentially were, you know, leaders or even females that had left a den that hunters had harvested.
Nothing that we've seen. We haven't seen any teats or anything, or you know, when we have killed a few female wolves, but nothing that was apparent that they were actually had pups.
All right, thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy, for your testimony. You've been out there a lot of years. I remember bumping into you guys over in Unit 16 in that spring bremmer season there too. So what is your thoughts by going extra from the 25th to the 31st of May as far as hide quality goes on those big boars? You think that's going to be an issue with the hunters not getting the trophy they want, or is that really an issue down there in Unit 9?
You know, it's not so much an issue. I mean, obviously, hide quality is you know, we're always looking at that. But I've seen them rub in the fall. I've seen them rub in the spring. It's an individual bear. It's from year to year. So it's really hard to just say that, okay, the last 5 days of May is going to make a difference. And quite frankly, if a bear's pushing 10 foot, a guy can tolerate a lot of different hide flaws, and as opposed to maybe an 8-foot bear.
Thank you, Tracy.
Any other questions? If not, you can go ahead and do your AC's testimony, please.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys got our notes. I was looking back in the back there in the notebook, so I don't know if we met too late for the board to get our comments. But so yeah,
Yeah, if you don't mind, can we submit that as a RC so the board members can have it in front of them before you do your testimony?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe we'll take a break if you don't mind doing that. So I think it'd be helpful to have that in front of board members before you do your testimony.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks. So we'll take a 10-minute break.
seasons in Unit 9, 11, 13, 14B, 14C, 16, and 17, where baiting is legal. We were opposed to that 7-0. We didn't feel like we needed bear baiting in Unit 9. Number 3, to allow the use of cellular cameras, we took a no action on that. Proposal number 4, again, we didn't really have enough background to really weigh in on archery-only sheep hunts, so we took no action on that. Proposal number 5, reduce the non-resident bag limit for caribou in Unit 9D from 2 bull caribou to 1. We opposed that 6-1. We're concerned about the herd getting too big, and by not harvesting some of the extra bulls or the extra time to do it, felt it might be detrimental to the herd. All of us in Unit 9E, all the villages along the coast, we're still in that, now they're finally getting a Tier 1 subsistence caribou hunt. So we were aware of what they could be going through in that lower peninsula herd. Let's see, on number 8, I'm sorry, I don't have very good notes on that. Encourage more harvest. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I'm sorry. Extended the fall southern Alaska Peninsula caribou season for residents, non-residents. We supported that. So to lengthen the season as Fish and Game described, to take more caribou to help them not stress their habitat, their feed. Proposal number 8, clarify that hunting feral reindeer in Unit 10, Umnak Island is allowed under the current caribou hunting regulations. We support that. Yeah, that's just kind of a weird dynamic, and obviously you guys got some issues to deal with there with that reindeer herd. Number 9, lengthen the spring and fall brown bear season, Unit 9. We kind of lumped all of these together. Our AC is in support of lengthening the season both in the fall and the spring. I think there was a typo in one of those proposals that said to end at May 30th. It was no, go to May 31st, like the majority of the proposals. Proposal number 11, shorten the spring and fall brown bear hunting seasons, Unit 9C, by 1 week for residents and non-residents. We opposed this 7-0. We didn't see any clear reason why to shorten the season in Unit 9C. Uh, 12, so on this one, lengthen the fall brown bear seasons, Unit 9D and E for both residents and non-residents. We supported that 7-0. Proposal 13, lengthen the fall brown bear hunting season, Unit 9D and 9E for residents and non-residents, and lengthen the non-resident spring hunting season. No action. Again, it's kind of redundant. 14, same deal, no action. 15, no action. Same proposals, lengthening the bear season, Unit 9D and E. Same with 17. Let's see. Proposal 17 is the proposal I submitted. We supported that 7-0. Proposal 18, shorten the spring and fall brown bear hunting seasons, Unit 9C for residents and non-residents, and convert to a drawing permit. We did not see any biological reason to do that, and so we opposed it 7-0. Proposal 19, establish a hunting season and non-resident bag limit for Arctic fox on the Privoff Islands in Unit 10. We took no action. Again, that is out of our lane. Unit 10 is nobody spends any time down there from our AC. 20, establish non-resident, 21, remove the 2 per day bag limit for beaver when taken by firearm during April 15th to May 31st in Unit 9. We supported that. It was kind of muddled. It seemed like there was, I'm sorry about this, but my memory serves me that there was no closed season on beaver, and we were kind of confused on why they're, we want to remove that, so we supported 7-0. Proposal number 22, we took no action. Shorten the season for hunting wolverine in Unit 9 for both residents and non-residents. A lot of the members on our board didn't really have an opinion on that. Quite frankly, we didn't think that was going to fly. We couldn't see you guys shortening that season. Proposal 23, lengthen the non-resident hunting season for emperor geese in Unit 9 and 10 and increase the number of permits allocated to non-resident hunters. That was a no action. And quite frankly, that was a confusing one. Our AC listened to testimony 2 years back, and it seemed like the department was claiming there was like 90 to 100,000 emperor geese at that time, and I think a representative from BB&C was saying there were like 30,000. And we had no action on that proposal, or we voted it down for extra non-resident permits. And now it seems like there's a decline in the number of, strikingly, the numbers are down in emperor geese again. So we took a no action on that. And then number 24, the last one, that was a typo on the opposition closes season for Alaska hares in Unit 9 and 17. We actually were in support of that 7-0. Personally, I've told the guys I haven't seen a hare down there for probably at least 5 years, and I think it's been 10. So that was our AC. We barely established a quorum of 7, but we got it, and that's our notes on the Lower Bristol Bay Advisory Committee.
Tracy, thanks for that testimony. Do you have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you again, Tracy, for your testimony. Does any of your members participate with the opportunity to shoot beaver with a firearm? I mean, personally, did they?
Nobody on the board spoke up and said they were doing that.
I'm just kind of curious if anybody talked a little bit about wounding loss. I mean, the beavers, if you shoot them with the firearm, do they generally sink, and are they easily lost? Any comments about that during your?
No, there was no comments. But the only comments that were really made were just about the population increase, that they were seeing more beavers. But there was no real conversations about the take of them and the taking with firearm or trapping.
Any other questions for Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, kind of on the same lines, Tracy. Did your committee or board discuss or maybe had the department present some numbers of how many people were actually shooting 2 beavers a day?
None. Yeah, we had very little, like I said, really there was nobody coming forth and saying that they've seen any beavers harvested or needing more than 2 a day. The only thing I can ever recall through past AC meetings has just been the numbers of beaver present, or the population expanding. So yeah, not real good input from the AC and even locals. We don't get much locals sitting in on the meetings. A few here and there.
Do you guys have some trappers that are targeting beavers?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty quiet out there.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tracy, for both your personal and the AC testimony and serving on the AC. Are you going to be around through the meeting? We do have a proposal on emperor geese, and I get it. It gets confusing with the different numbers, but we're going to go through that extensively.
I am going to have to leave on Monday, so I don't know when you guys are deliberating on that.
I'll reach out to you, and I can point you in that direction once it's on the website, and we can help provide some of that clarity.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony. Thanks for showing up here and testifying.
Thank you.
We'll call Tim Olson for Tote Cutoff AC, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board, for listening to the testimony. I'm sure you guys know it's been 5 years since Toke AC has met. I'm newly appointed, so I'm brand new to this. I'll try and shoot through this laundry list of proposals. There's quite a bit. So, oh my goodness, I just went to the top of the list. Sorry about that. Don't mean to waste your time.
While we're waiting, Mr. Chairman, I'll let folks know that's AC 15 for the AC's comments.
I seem to be missing it. There's AC 14, AC 15, but it still says.
I could give you the hard copy if you'd like.
Yeah, please, if I can get the hard copy.
There you go.
Thank you very much. For number one, we reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions. They support the amendment. For number two, open bear baiting seasons for 9, 11, 13, 14B. We opposed it because it conflicts with fall hunting seasons. We have a lot of moose hunters in our area. Number three, allow the use of cellular cameras for taking black bears, brown bears over bait in Unit 9, 11, 13, 14B, 16, and 17. They opposed it. It's the same as airborne. There's no fair chase. For number four, establish general season archery only sheep hunts in Units 9, 11, 13, 14A, and 14B. We opposed it. There's no need for an archery only hunt. 39, reduce the population and harvest objectives for moose in 13B. They support it. For the support reason behind proposal. For number 40, change the population objective for 13C. They support it. They support the proposal as written. 41, reduce the harvest objectives for moose in Unit 13C. They support it. They support it as the proposal as written. 42, reduce the harvest objectives for moose in 13E. They support it for the proposal as written. 44, establish an antlerless moose hunting season in 13C. They opposed it for the same reason. Did I miss 43? Did I skip one?
No, you didn't. No, you're doing great.
Okay. Well, they said for the same reason as 43, they don't support a antlerless moose season. 45, add a 5-day archery only season for hunting moose in Unit 13. They opposed it. Do not need a special season for archery hunting. Big enough areas to hunt. 46, change the Unit 13 community subsistence hunt to a registration hunt with additional conditions and restrictions. It was opposed. It needs more authority involved and a tricky decision. 47, open a late season archery only drawing permit for any bull moose in Unit 13E and 13B along the Denali Highway. They said the same reason as 45. 48, modify the intensive management plan for Unit 13 to include Nelchina caribou. We had 1 support it, 7 oppose it. The support was it had merit. Opposed was it was too many unknowns on the effects of the moose population. 49, eliminate the harvest of Nelchina caribou. It was opposed. Do not want to affect other herds doing fine. 50, change the sheep draw hunt DS 165 in Unit 13D to general season. It was opposed. The sheep population is still too low to open up. 51, open a resident-only sheep hunt in the Chitna River Drainage Unit 11. It was opposed. It affects the livelihood of local business and guides. 52, create a new management area for the McCall Ridge in Unit 11 to open up resident sheep hunting by registration permit only. It was opposed for the same reason as 51. Establish a resident archery only sheep drawing hunt in Unit 13D. It was opposed. Do not need archery only hunt. 54, change the bag limit for 13D sheep drawing hunts, DS 160 and DS 260. It was supported. It keeps in line with all hunting areas. 55, divide the goat drawing permit hunt DG 720 into 3 separate permit hunts. It was opposed. It won't change the number of permits. 56, establish an archery only registration goat hunt in 13D and 11. It was opposed for the same reason as 51. 57, increase the bag limit for brown bear in Unit 13. It was opposed. It said leave regulation as is. 58, reduce the minimum population in Unit 13 intensive management plan for wolves. It was supported. It was supported for the way the proposal was written. 59, lengthen the trapping season in Unit 11. It was opposed, and the reasoning is in the future could support if the aligning with Unit 12 season. 60, the length of the coyote trapping season, Unit 11, same reason as 59. It was opposed. 61, change the start for ptarmigan in Unit 13B. It was supported. Support as written. 62, extend the spring hunting season for ptarmigan in 13A, 13C, and 13D. It was opposed. Risk over harvest and harm of future harvests. 63, require a registration permit to hunt ptarmigan in 13B and 13E. 2 supported it and 6 opposed it. The support was good way to start collecting data. Opposed was better way to gather data, maybe do a ptarmigan stamp. With that, I think that's the end of the list. Thank you.
Hey, thanks a bunch for that testimony. Thanks for taking all the time out of your day and traveling down here and testifying. All the AC comments are really important when it comes time for this board to make decisions. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did just fine. Thanks for coming and representing your communities, and glad to have you guys back, and hope to see a lot more in the future, okay? But,
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a couple. I'll start up the first one with, you're reducing your population and harvest objectives for Unit 13 and all the little subunits of reducing. Did your committee discuss or have any conversation with the department why they wanted to reduce a population or a harvest objective?
As far as the moose?
Yeah, it's the moose, yeah.
You know, to be honest with you, I wasn't in that meeting, but I know that we had a biologist sit in the meeting and explain all these.
Okay, thank you. And I have just a couple more here. The one on extending the trapping season in Unit 11, the way I read that proposal, it includes both traps and snares. Do you think if using traps, you know, past, you know, February 28th was generally when most trapping seasons are done, unless you're using large traps for wolves? What are your guys' thoughts on bycatch? On using leg holds?
Oh, well, personally, I used leg holds. They work great, and I've heard, you know, somebody provide testimony that, you know, how that these traps need to be checked every 36 hours. I go 48 just because, you know, it is torture for the animal to stay out there and starve to death. But you also have to give time for the wolves to come through because they they travel far and they travel fast.
My concern is creating a coyote set, which is a very clean, very camouflaged set for coyotes, that you potentially made a trap set for all other fur bearers out there. And having that trapping season, using the foothold trap that far into the early spring or early spring, that you potentially would pick up foxes and lynx and marten.
Well, you would have to let them go, right? So, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of lengthening the season. And according to their notes, they just wanted it for Unit 12 to fall in line with it also.
Okay. And I think I have one more. On proposal 46, you guys had made a comment of, that's the community subsistence harvest that another AC was asking to eliminate, and you guys had the comments in there, need more authority involved. I was curious in what that actually means.
As far as I know, that community subsistence hunt, that is any bull hunt that's ran through Otna. And the way I see this proposal is, it seems like they want to give the control to Fish and Game and open it up for registration. So people that would be outside of the subsistence area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Olson. I'll follow up with Dave, and thanks for joining and being here and everything else. And I had questions about proposals 43 and 44, I believe. They're the antlerless hunt, moose hunt proposals. Just curious, can you provide us some of the background or some of the discussion that was around those?
Just talking with fellow hunters, I know that if we start to go to antlerless moose hunt with the high the high wolf population that we have, we're gonna eliminate the moose very fast.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
Great. Thanks a whole bunch for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next testifier is going to be Howard DeLoe for the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. And a former Board of Fish member. That doesn't hold any weight here, though.
Good afternoon. First off, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the board members for their time and effort invested in this whole process. As the chair pointed out, I'm a former Board of Fish member, so I have personal experience and can appreciate the amount of time and effort it takes you folks to deal with this kind of stuff. And it is appreciated. It's often thankless, but it is appreciated. And I want to throw another sound out to the commissioner of the department. He and I have known each other for a long, long time. In fact, at one point, he was my supervisor. And he's put a lot of time and effort in it, and a lot of his situation is thankless too, especially on the fishery side, I know. And he probably hears a lot on the game side too. So I want to thank him for his service and efforts in the department and serving this public. For the record, my name is Howard Delo. I'm a retired fish and game biologist, former member of the Board of Fish, as was stated. And through a little bit of sleight of hand, I'm still a member of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. Technically, my term ended December 31st, but they didn't have a replacement lined up. And under the borough ordinances, they could keep me for another month. And I was the only guy able to come to testify here at this meeting. So that's why they, I think the chairman and the mayor colluded to keep me on just so I would come here. I'm going to give you the summaries first before I get into any specific proposals. We didn't have as much time to deal with these proposals as we would have liked because of holidays and all kinds of other reasons, but kind of a general overview of all of the proposals that you're dealing with. And I'm going to mention bears specifically, and then I'll mention more general, is there doesn't appear to be any shortage of bears, either brown or black, around the region. Several of the proposals dealing with bears are asking for increased seasons, increased bag limits, or other factors which would potentially increase harvest opportunities. The Commission supports the proposals which increase harvest opportunity or which give Fish and Game increased management ability to help regulate bear populations. Something many people don't understand is that once man starts dabbling in an ecosystem by managing a few populations of animals, say prey species like moose and caribou, without managing other populations like predatory species such as wolves and bears, an imbalance in animal numbers can develop over time. This imbalance can eventually hurt numbers of all the various populations, both predator and prey. And I should have asked to begin with, this is all included in RC 13. Has that been distributed to the board?
Yeah, we have it in front of us right now.
Okay, so they do have it. Okay, good. You can read most of this stuff. I'm not going to go through a lot of it in any detail, but kind of on the back end, the Fish and Wildlife Commission's general stance on upcoming game proposals is, first off, if the department feels there will be no negative biological impact on the populations involved, then, and if the proposal gives the department a better ability to manage the various animal species, then the Commission supports the proposal. And that's a general overview. And if the proposal somehow restricts the department's ability or could have a negative impact on the populations, the Commission does not support it. That's the short and fast version for you to kind of keep in mind. We are, and I have to give you a little history, I guess, we're basically a scientifically based group. We are sort of like the borough version of the Board of Game. You guys are a board for the state. We're a commission for the borough. We don't have regulatory authority, but we do have advisory authority to both the assembly, the various state agencies, the various federal agencies, and that's kind of where we're coming from. We've been around for almost 20 years, so and we've got a little bit of a track record, more so probably with the Board of Fish, because most of our guys are more fish-oriented than game-oriented, but we need to keep our hat in the ring on the game side, too. We did, Proposal 63 is the registration permit for ptarmigan hunting. We supported that from the perspective that it gives the department the ability to collect additional data above and beyond the voluntary program that's already in place, which I don't think is apparently giving them as much data as they would like to have. We supported the reauthorization of the antlerless moose season also, again, because it gives the department another tool to manage the population, although I do need to state that the Chickaloon Native group has some concerns about harvesting antlerless moose accompanied by calves. They don't oppose to the reauthorization, but they do have some concerns. I just wanted to point that out. And then the Proposal 75, which is allowing the department to use personnel in their predator control programs. That's a very controversial one, generally speaking, in the public, but we support it. Oh, I got to be quiet.
No, go ahead, finish up that. Thanks.
We supported it from the point of view that, again, it gives the department better management ability if they need it. History has shown that the voluntary public hunters doing this predatory control have traditionally not harvested the number of animals that the department feels need to be taken out in the various areas. So if the department has the authority to go in, if they're not seeing enough, then we support their ability to do it. And we found out at our last meeting from the department, which I didn't know, there are something like 18 different intensive management programs statewide, and there's only like 2 or 3 of them where the department does not have the authority to intervene, helicopter shooting and all that kind of stuff. And this particular proposal addresses one of the areas that does not have the authority. And the phrase that was used to us was it's a housekeeping issue from the department's perspective, just kind of making everything uniform across the board. And we supported that. We have a lot of faith in the department's ability to manage the wildlife. They're the experts. They've got the data. They know what they're talking about. Doesn't mean we always agree with them, but they're the best people to be in that position, and we support their efforts.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Howard. That was a really clear presentation. I have one question. I was curious if the Borough Wildlife Commission has any authority to make recommendations to the Assembly about loose dogs and the enforcement of the loose dog or the leash laws that you guys currently have down in that borough.
Yes, we do have the authority to make a recommendation, but it's up to the Assembly whether they accept it or not. We are advisory, and actually, thank you, we supported that current proposal about the extending the areas for the trapping setbacks and stuff, because they're currently, I write an outdoor article for the Frontiersman, and there's been a lot of, over the years, a lot of concern from the public about the casual hikers going out and their dogs getting caught in a trap. Some of that's the fault of the owners because they're not obeying the leash laws in the borough, and some of it's the fault of the trappers, I would guess, most of whom are kids trying to figure out how to get a trap line going, and they don't understand some of the ramifications, as opposed to somebody who has done it and knows what they're doing. But yeah, we have, the short answer is yes, we have the authority to make a recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And again, please look at RC 13, and it'll give you an idea of where we're coming from.
We'll be sure to do that. Thanks. I'm going to call our next testifier, Cabot Pitts.
Hi, everybody. For the record, Cabot Pitts. I'm a resident of Palmer, Alaska. I'm also a registered big game guide, licensed in 2010. I'm going to talk about referencing proposals number 11 and number 18 specifically because I'm the operating guide in 9C, specifically the Katmai Preserve. I hold 1 to 2 permits with the National Park Service that offer guided hunts for residents and non-resident hunters in the boundary lines of the Katmai Preserve. I've held this permit for 12 years. And I can attest in all the years that I've outfitted there, I've not had any conflicts in the field with subsistence users, local resident hunters, or other wildlife viewers or fishermen in the area. As an operator with a concessions permit with the National Park Service, we also have rules set forth in our operating plans that yield very low impact practices, resource management, and shared use with other user groups. And acting as good stewards of land across all aspects of these principles typically results in the holding of these types of permits for many years. And I was also awarded a second 10-year permit with the Park Service just 2 years ago. So I'm opposed to number 11 and 18 because it's specifically targeting, I feel, resident hunters and non-resident hunters in specifically the Katmai Preserve. The majority of 9C is closed to all subsistence and sport hunters because of the Katmai National Park. So there are a lot of bear viewers and sport fishermen that use those areas throughout, June, July, August, September, and with the weird weather phenomenon that we have been having here, I'd say in the past 5 or 6 years, a lot of the fishing lodges and ecotourism activities that take place have been pushing farther and farther into brown bear season, which is now October 1st through the 21st on odd years, and then springtime it's May 10th through the 31st. So we've just seen more and more activity of non-hunting groups just because of the more mild seasons. But to kind of go back a little bit, we did have a shortening of 9C seasons just in the last cycle, and I worked with specifically the area biologist there that's now Amy Voot, to get those longer seasons back because where the Katmai Preserve is located on the Alaska Peninsula, it's on the upper part of 9C, and we typically get a lot harder winters that typically pop up at the beginning of October. So with that later hunt date, October 7th, for a couple seasons in a row, it made it really hard for logistics, hunters trying to hunt later in the season just doesn't work because the lake systems and everything freeze up there. So I just wanted to kind of give my personal input of being there for over 12 seasons, and shortening the season dates in that area would not be good for either user group of residents or non-residents. I kind of feel on a personal note that the ecotourism and the sport fishing and bear viewing community has kind of been poking more and more at the hunters. And we have a short season that's alternated every other year. So to cut back an already short season that they don't deal with us half the time when they're out there, I just don't think is fair. So that's kind of all that I have. My public comment is written on 228 too, if you guys want to reference that.
Cabot, thanks so much for that testimony. Do you have any questions from board members? I have a question for you. So, this idea of the growth on shoulder seasons for tourism industry isn't anything new. We've dealt with it down in Southeast, and we've had a lot of proposals set forth. I imagine it isn't anywhere different out where you're guiding. I have some U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service permits too. I talk to the refuge managers a couple times a year. I have a lot of interaction with them. I plan on asking the state biologists a lot of questions, but in your interactions with the refuge manager, and I know all refuges promote all sorts of different user groups, have any of them brought any concerns to you about, the overlap in hunting season and bear viewing season or anything?
I wouldn't really say concerns. They did do a survey that didn't deal with the hunting community, more on consumptive use of non-hunting parties, bear viewing, sport fishing specifically. You find that like a lot of the fish runs in Bristol Bay have been really high the last, 5-6 years. So a lot of those, headwater tributaries are really close to a lot of the lodges based out of King Salmon or just in the general area. So I feel like everybody always goes to the Katmai Preserve because it's such a close location to fly to, instead of going to the other 90% of the national park that's got no hunting at all. So the Park Service hasn't ever brought any concerns to us. I think the department also commented and gave us statistics on bear numbers and harvest rates and things like that, and it's less than, I think, 1 to maybe 2% of the bear harvest in 9C total comes from the hunting side of things. So very minimal.
Thanks. Any other questions from board members? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Cabot. Hey, I'm curious, just given where you operate, do you feel like you're seeing fewer bears? And where I'm going with this is, you're aware of the activity in the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Range, and we routinely hear that we're impacting bears that are using Katmai, both the park and the preserve. I'm just curious, do you feel like you got the same number of bears, or?
You know, I was awarded the permit back in 2014, so I've been in there for, you know, a good long time. When I was first there, the caribou herd was fairly low. You know, you'd see groups of 5 or 10 in a group. And once we started hunting, and then the other concession holder that's north of me started taking a little bit more bears. I typically take 4 hunters a season in the fall and maybe 6 hunters in the spring, but we do see a lot of bears up there chasing caribou. And I've just found that, like, since we've been in there hunting and taking some of those older bears, that little localized herd of, I would say, a couple thousand has actually gotten a little bit better since we started taking those animals out.
Thanks, sir.
Any other questions? If not, thanks a bunch, Cabot, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Bob. Oh,
I think it's Sear.
Bob Sear from the Copper Basin AC. Did I pronounce that right? Is it Sear? Okay. Christy gets all the.
It's Leila.
Oh, he gets all of it. Oh, could you turn your microphone on, please? Thanks.
How's that?
Perfect.
All right, I'm Bob Sear with the Copper Basin AC. I'm new to the AC there. This is my first year. We've got a lot of different history there. I took the place of Don Harrell, who'd been on it for 50 years, and we've got a lot of history still on the board and some new members on the board. So if I'm not doing this right, please let me know. But I wanted to go through what we went over. I was only going to go through 2 or 3, but it sounds like everybody's going through each one. I think you've got our notes, which are RC11 for the basin there. On Proposal 1, we had a 8-0 support, aligning mainly with the ADFG proposal. We didn't see any need to change that there, or to stick with that. On the black bear baiting season on Proposal 2, we were fine with the current regulations, so we opposed that 0-8. Some of the reasons were safety issues. You've got hunters out there as well, and we really didn't see the need for extending that baiting season. Proposal 3, cellular game cameras. We were a little split on that. Some saw the need for it or the desire to have it, and some did not, but we did oppose it 3-5. Some of the reasons were fair chase. Some of the reasons for were hunting time in the field, knowing what's there, but we also had some concerns that it might snowball into other species, especially moose or other species that you'll be hunting in the fall. Proposal 4, 45, 47, 53, and 56. We opposed all 5 of the archery changes, 0-8. We didn't see the need for lengthening sheep seasons. For Proposal 4, to allow archery hunting, we feel we've got a large area to where we can separate and find areas to give everybody the opportunity to hunt with the weapon of choice. And we have to remember that we are looking at managing the game and not the weapons. So we stood pretty solid on all of the archery proposals that came up there. Proposal 39, reduce the population harvest objectives for 13B on moose. We voted 6-2. We were pretty much in support of aligning with the suggestions from the Fish and Game, and with our Fish and Game representatives there, those were identified as kind of house cleaning opportunities. Same with proposal 40. We were 8-0 in support of that. There were some talks about not seeing the moose on the land, setting the population estimates to reflect what we were seeing out there. Address the midpoint used in wolf control and no current cow hunts. So those are bad notes, but I think you understand them. But same with proposal 41. We were 8-0 in support. We aligned with the ADF and G house cleaning there. As well as proposal 42, we were 8-0 in support of that. On the proposal 43, authorized cow hunts in 13A and authorized cow hunts in 13C, we were fairly split as an AC. We want to see the Fish and Game be able to use the tools that are in their toolbox to manage that herd, but we were very concerned about the moose that we were seeing in the field as hunters and outdoorsmen. We weren't seeing the counts there. There were some counts missing in the Fish and Game counts for several years there that we did not all agree that taking cows right now was a good idea from what we're seeing in the field. There's some trust in those counts as well with the mathematics that go into that. It's not just visible counts. Also the areas that those counts are being run are a lot of winter spots, which is easier to count, but is that where they're out at all year in those areas? So we were split on that. We still want to have that tool in the toolbox, but we weren't seeing those numbers to fully support those proposals at this time. Again, proposals 45, 47, 53, and 56. We had not supported any of the extra opportunities for archery hunts in those areas. And that was 0-8 opposed, or 8-0 opposed, excuse me. Proposal 46, we voted 0-8, so we were against that. We didn't feel that it would fix the concerns that were brought with that proposal. Some of the comments were turning it into a road hunt or a float, easy access areas, and there's a lot of people against the community hunt system the way it is being ran right now. Proposal 48, Proposal 48, 49, and 58, I believe. These were our biggest concerns, and they address the Nelchina caribou herd. We feel it's in need of heavy management currently. 48 is on intensive management. With the caribou herd as low as it is, we felt we need to do anything that we can in our power to help trigger that caribou herd to come back to the population that it should be, and a healthy population. A lot of the state uses that caribou herd for their subsistence needs, and any kind of intensive management that we can see to help that on the brink of what we saw as an extinction in the last couple of years with another bad winter, we are very much in support of. We supported that 8-0. 49, closing caribou herd for 6 years until the management objective of 35,000 was met. We were split on that, but we supported it 4-3 with one recused. It wouldn't change too much because that aligns with the Fish and Game numbers. We're all seeing a 35,000 head would allow for opening at that point. So we didn't see that it would change too much, but we did support it, just to make sure that those numbers were met before any other openings came up. Proposal 50, we were 0-8, so we supported, was that a support? Let me pull that one up real quick, sorry. Oh, this changes it from a dry hunt to a general hunt. Hunter success is high, high guide use area, increased traffic hunter pressure, resident only, sheep numbers are low. Those are some of the comments that came out, but we were 0-8, not supporting that change. Proposal 51 and 52, resident-only hunts in game management use 11. We oppose that 100%. We feel that there's resident hunts or resident opportunities there already. We did not agree with targeting one area and one set of really one guide in that area, and also we like to see that the non-residents do have a little bit of chance in an area. We saw the guides in the area have been managing that spot for a long time. We didn't see any need to change that, and we strongly oppose that. 51 and 52. Proposal 54, we were split. There were good arguments each way. A lot of us don't hunt that area, so we don't know the genetics there as much. So, you know, we're a fairly solid sheep hunting AC, and a lot of us like to see full curl sheep get shot, but that is an area that may or may not produce a lot of full curl sheep. So we didn't have a strong feeling either way, but we were split 4-4, so that failed from ours. Proposal 55, we opposed that 8-0. We didn't feel that tag needed to be split into 3 areas. One for management issues, and there's just not, you know, there's enough places to go to get goats in that area. We didn't see that there was a need to change anything there, so we opposed that. 57, the brown bear bag limit, stretching it out to 2 years. Again, we had good conversations over that. We were split 4-4 on that. There were a lot of comments like, do you need 2 a year? There were also comments, well, if we're looking at intensive management for predators in some of these areas, maybe it would be fine to let good bear hunters take 2 and the rest of us not take any, but it came down to 4-4. We didn't have a real strong push there. Proposal 58, intensive management plan 5, decrease minimum population to 100. We were in 7-1 in support of that. Again, any intensive management for our caribou, we were leading strongly on in that direction. Proposal 59 and 60, lengthen wolf trapping and GMU 11, 12, and 13. We were pretty much all in support of that. There weren't a lot of strong comments one way or another, but additional harvest opportunities will help the ungulates. It'll align the trapping seasons with Unit 13. It did misalign some other ones. We had some comments on that, but all in all, we supported it 7-0 with 1 recusal. Ptarmigan season, we didn't have a whole lot of worries with that. We did supported 8-0, and the 62, the hunting season bag limits for small game on ptarmigan. We opposed that, extending. I think that was extending the season, and we didn't see any need for change at this time. we are seeing our ptarmigan come back a little bit this year. So Proposal 63, registration hunt for ptarmigan. There were some good discussions on that, but we didn't think that the ptarmigan were, we didn't think it would help the ptarmigan at this time. Maybe we talked about whether it would raise public awareness on, you know, how many are we taking. It would give you guys the numbers that you need to see where they're taking them and how, but at this time, we did not see a need for that. I think it's a fine idea at some point, but that's all I have. Sorry for the poor notes.
Bob, thanks a ton. You did a great job testifying, and I think the AC notes are great. Any questions from board members? Member Burnett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bob. I'm curious on those proposals that are asking to reduce, you know, moose population objectives or harvest objectives. Did your board discuss that they're just not attainable anymore, or what's holding them back from being attainable?
We did. Our Fish and Game gave us some graphs showing what the numbers were, what the targets were, and we've never really attained those since the 80s or so that they've ever hit any of that. So it was mainly brought to us. This is more house cleaning to align the numbers with what's actually out there.
Did they tell you why they didn't think that they were attainable anymore, except, you know, what people have been harvesting, or why you can't increase the moose population?
The only years that hit into those, if I remember correctly, were odd years. They were never in that. They just spiked at one point and then came back. So all of those, even on the wolf, what to expect on how many we should have and how many we should be harvesting, they weren't aligning with the numbers that were there, other than really odd years.
And I just have one more question. It was dealing with the trapping, you know, 59 and 60, lengthening the coyote and the wolf season. Did your board or committee have any discussion of the research projects that the Otna International Tribal Resource Committee is conducting kind of out there, and if there would be a conflict?
We did a little bit. I don't remember. That isn't really in the notes. There was, so 59 and 60?
Yeah. Or, yeah, 59 and 60.
We did address that, but I don't think it was in 59 or 60. We had some discussions on that, yeah.
Any other questions? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You did a great job. Appreciate you being here and joining the AC. I think the notes are great. On Proposal 63, the registration permit for ptarmigan, it looks to me you guys had a good discussion. That's great. I'm curious, did you discuss other ways that we could get that data that the AC would be supportive of? Any ideas? And as you've noted here, you know, we intend to ask the board to withdraw it, but we're still looking for ways to get to that information.
We did. I think more of it was voluntary reporting rather than, you know, people that are really using that ptarmigan and that are seeing the numbers out there. You know, a lot of us go out and, oh, there's some ptarmigan. We should go chase ptarmigan. But there are focused events out there with people and their children where they could probably give you good feedback from the field, what they're seeing, what their take was, where it was. We just didn't feel that right now that the ptarmigan were in a bad way to where this would help that much. It'd be more of a burden on the people that would go out and use it once or twice. But
thanks, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Nope. Thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. It's great.
Thank you, guys.
And then we have one more person signed up to testify, Herb Mansavage, if you're in here, for his personal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, department. For the record, my name is Herb Mansavage. I'll be giving personal testimony today. I'll start with Proposal 3. I'm in support of this proposal. I think during a time of increased bear populations would be an effective tool to allow hunters to be more efficient in their travel and maintenance of the bait stations. Although I do feel this could be more closely tied to intensive management, as this is definitely going to increase success rate, which is not a bad thing. But I do think this could be a tool from an IM perspective as well. Go to proposal 48 and 49. I'm strongly in support of these. I've got a cabin in 13A, and seeing the caribou population dwindle has been tough, and it was such an awesome resource to see, and to see it so low right now is very troubling. That said, I think anything we can do to increase the ungulate population in that area, and specifically caribou, is greatly needed. With 49, though, I will say I'm strongly opposed to that. I don't think closing it down is the answer. And personally, I'd like to see hunting as it is, just with a low harvest amount and just bulls only. It's hunting's conservation, so I think it should be applied. Proposal 51 and 52, I am in support of this, although I think you're going to be hearing many cases of anecdotal evidence on both sides. I think it should be closely examined to see the validity of such, but from little personal experience and, again, anecdotal evidence, it's enough for me to support it at this time. Proposal 53, archery only sheep. I'm always in support of end of season archery only for sheep. I think it's a tough hunt. I think it's a small number of participants. It's an extremely low success rate, and I know there's a lot of people that don't understand the need for this, but it's a small user group, but it's an important user group that likes the challenge. And I think when there's no biological concern, it should be warranted. At least give it a shot and see how it goes. Proposal 54, I authored this with Dan Montgomery, strongly support. This is an area that is really low in sheep or ram population right now. And full cold management works, and I think it'd be very indicative of, using that and moving that back. And on top of, it's a trophy sheep area, so I think keeping it any ram doesn't fit the cards on this particular hunt. Proposal 57, 2 brown bears per year. I authored this, the committee adopted it. Again, just my experience in 13A and other units in 13, I spent a lot of time bear hunting in there. There's a lot of bears, and while there is a decent amount of people that hunt in the fall in that area, the springtime is very little participation, and I think while this isn't a hunt or a situation for everybody, this would allow particular hunters to take advantage of 2 bears a year. And a lot of those hunters that would be or participating in this, they know the area, and I know that they'd be able to take 2 bears a year, and this would be an effective tool to reduce that population in an area that needs some ungulate help. Proposal 58, 59, and 60, lengthen the trap seasons and lower that number from 135 to 100 for wolves. Strongly in support of that. Again, it kind of just goes with the bears. It's just the ungulate populations could use as much help in there. And even with the coyotes, I think the coyotes are something that we're starting to realize have more effect on sheep than have been known before. So having that lengthened season, it's going to increase the participation and the harvest of those predators. And one thing, I did note this as of recently, after hearing some testimony, I would think it'd be very appropriate to amend this to snare only, potentially. And if you did keep leg holds, I think it'd be acceptable to keep wolf leg holds. I know it's probably getting a little too detailed by determining, the make and size by the manufacturer and all that for that. But I think the wolf hunters are going to be, or the wolf trappers would be little upset if it was just snare only, but from a bycatch perspective, it would keep that, that concern down as the season gets later and, for other animals, so. Man, that 5 minutes goes up quick.
Yeah, if you have a few thoughts that you wanted to finish up, you're more than welcome. If not, we can.
Yeah, the last
ask some
one was just
questions.
proposal 73, any RAM. I'm opposed to this. I've done a lot of talking with a lot of guys, and I don't think it's a wrong proposal. I do understand that sheep can be managed through full curl management or any RAM management. That those are proven. Commissioner mentioned earlier a question about, you know, if there wasn't surveys during certain years, and that would be that's my biggest concern with going to any RAM is that I think this is more of a popular thing with people in 14A for this to go to an any RAM because of accessibility. It's right in our backyard, and there's nice rams there. It's really hitting all the perspectives by allowing the opportunity to get there. You don't have to fly to the Brooks Range. It's trophy ram country, but you may not leave empty-handed if you had an any ram tag in your pocket. I don't think there's validity, but I don't see the making it easier thing. We've hunted sheep full curl management for a long time, and I think if somebody's getting into sheep hunting, they need to take it serious and practice and learn as much as they can about how to judge a legal ram. So this is a trophy ram area, and I think if there's anything, there's other units in the state that could use this instead of this area. Thank you.
Thanks for that testimony. Do we have any questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Herb. Good seeing you again. I'm going to reference my first question to your comment that you made about end-of-season archery hunts, that they're tough hunts. Are they tougher than the general season hunts?
In my opinion, yes. I've drawn DS 140 before, and snow and inclement weather in general are much different than even the 20th of September. And I think that adds another factor of just multiplication that just brings that success rate down more.
And my last question is lengthening the coyote season. I know the previous board several years ago lengthened coyote hunting seasons, you know, to very, very generous. Has that added to any additional harvest by lengthening that season for coyotes?
That'd be hard to say without being too anecdotal. I mean, as more observation that I've gathered, even in the last 6 years, coyotes, there's a lot of research out there that coyotes are they can breed according to their populations. And, you know, I think they're very adaptable creatures. And at the same time, I think in certain areas, they just need pressure.
Yeah, I'm just curious of adding all this additional opportunity, if anybody's taking advantage of it.
Yeah, good question. I couldn't answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Herb, for your information. Kind of follow up on Al's line of questioning with the bears and the going from one bear to two bears. I know the department in the past has done that in some areas and didn't see very much additional take by hunters on that second bear. And are you a guide by chance?
I'm not.
Okay. Do you think that you would get any kind of additional take that would really make any difference in the predation on ungulates by having a second? I know every bear counts, but
yeah,
there just hasn't been much success in the past with this scheme.
Understood. Yeah, I was kind of referencing that from even just out of 100 hunters, if 5, let's say, took this every single year, they took 2 bears, right? Those are the type of hunters that are going to take any opportunity, but also are looking for big bears too. Mm-hmm. And as there's been documentation of, the game cameras on the collared bears and stuff, those big bears really do some damage. And so to me, if you can knock out, even 5 more big boar brown bears in that area, that's going to make a large difference in the ecological perspective of that area.
Mm-hmm. And I know most people are satisfied with one bear. It's probably all they can afford and all the room they have in their wall. But so I'm just not really sure how many folks will actually take advantage of a second bear, year after year. You might get a few the first year, something like that, but appreciate your opinions on that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Herb, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony.
Thank you.
I think that concludes everybody signed up to testify for today. So thanks a bunch. We had he said he was going to do his AC testimony later. So thanks a whole bunch. We had a good first day here. I didn't get fired. That's awesome. And we'll meet again tomorrow morning at 8:30.
No, tomorrow's 8:30.
Oh, it's 8:30. Yeah, 9 on Sunday, 8:30 tomorrow.